Alright, we are live. I need to change my settings here to be capturing Warframe, and then the audio to capture Warframe. Also, babe, say hi to the stream so I can calibrate your volume. Babe?
Hmm?
I said say hi to the stream so I can calibrate your volume.
Hello.
Okay, probably a little bit higher then. Probably like that. That's probably good. Alright. Now to ping my server. Nova was not right. Sabuchi was. Alright, this guy's banned. That's it. We're killing him. Everybody get out your hammers. Okay. YouTube is good. Virtual cable is good. That looks like an interesting remix that I want to click on later. Alright. I'm gonna wait for some people to... Oh, that's not what I wanted. Amolistic. There we go. I'm gonna wait for some people to get in here before I click on and watch the Qorvex video. We're gonna do some React Andy work and react to Amolistic's breakdown on Qorvex. I wanted to watch this on stream for a while, because his video was fucking phenomenal. He absolutely nailed it. So until that point, until we get some people in here to do a little watch along and see what our boy Amolistic has been cooking about the Qorvex. Nev, React, Andy, and the Big 26. Well, I waited a good while. I waited a week. Which you can argue I did on purpose, totally, so that he gets all the views before I react Andy to it. And definitely not because I'm just busy doing work in school and was playing Minecraft for the past 2 days because Minecraft is enjoyable. Definitely. Let's make sure we're not on public here. It is nighttime right now, but it's too late for me to do what am I doing? Too late for me to do an Eidolon hunt, so I'm just gonna hunt animals. I guess it's technically I could get like one Eidolon tricap in, but it's not even worth it. There we go. That's Eidolon lore noises. Not exactly what I'm interested in. Who's Nova? You only know Ace Umbra? True, 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 true. I gotta clickbait Nova Umbral's name a little bit. You know, I gotta ride that just a little bit for the... Because it's funny, he still gets mentions. People are still looking for him like they don't know where he went. Oh. You know, I'll take Vasca Kavats. I do need more Vasca Kavats anyways. Right, I forget. Vasca Kavats make a lot of noise as well. Nova's an urban legend in the Warframe community. He really is. He really made his mark and then he bounced. I think that, did you put hashtag Qorvex, hashtag Nova Umbral, hashtag worst, and hashtag how to farm Nova Umbral? See, I should do that. I should put, like, how to farm Qorvex, hashtag Qorvex, I should do that. That's a great addition to the stream. It adds a lot of personality to the stream. A lot of high value commentary. You know? Road constructs, yippee. I found that I get the most animal luck when I'm over in this area. See, basket cavats. How many variants of Vasca cavats are there? 2 or 3? I know there's at least 2, but I don't know how many. Oh, I can get extra cores out of these guys. That's kind of funny. See, there's the bow, and I just got the osteo ones. Ooh, bows are worth 1,000. They also seem to wake up a little bit faster. Interesting. I heard noises. There they are. Oh, there it is. Man, only one Kalaka. I finally recently got a what's the Mergu called? The one of the Mergus. It's the forest one. This is a stream. This is a stream. You are, in fact, witnessing a stream before your very eyes. Oh, look at that. Lots of bow Vascas. See? Oh, I can't loot these guys. Cringe. It's kind of silly that some of the animals you can loot and other ones you can't. It seems like they decided later. You're doing Idos? I'm actually not doing Idos. I'm just farming animals. Look at all these Vasca cavats. Oh my goodness. Dude, shit. Maybe farming Vasca cavats is the new standing method. There's just so many of them. I like that all of the cats are, for some reason, within a range of about 5 years. You're not gonna farm more Nightfall Apothic? Nightfall Apothic. Best way to get standing in Cetus is the Bow Cavats. I mean, I've just been capturing random animals, and it does pretty well. But these Bow Cavats seem a little bit cracked. Because they're 1,000 a pop, and they spawn in at least groups of 2. a lot more common than the rogue Kondroks, which are about 1,200, and you've got a chance for it to be a group of 1 to 3. I heard another... Oop. I heard another Kavat noise. They also seem like they're not so bad to manipulate the spawns of. Oh, I'll take these. You go to Cetus at night for standing? I go at night for the Eidolons, but I can see that. I know I heard Kavat somewhere. There they are. Maybe. There. Six years. 25,000. 25. I heard you. There you are. There's another plains Kawaka. We've got a couple of people here. We could start the watch along. The reason why they're all in the range of 5 years is because they don't live very long as Kavats. Yeah, but, like, you would think that, like, okay, you'd at least see some younger ones then, right? Like, you'd see, like, a 3-year-old Kavat or a 2. It's just very funny that they're all within 5 years. They're all on death's doorstep, apparently. I heard another one. There's another plains Kawaka. I would like more of those ghosts or ashen Kawakas, would you please? Give me more delectable dinner. Where are they? Oh, Mergoose. Huh. Oh, okay. I heard another Kawaka. There. Ashen Kawakas, GG. What? Oh, I maxed out on standing. There you go. That was the Nisselpod despawning because you broke it? Yeah, I know. I just didn't think I broke that one. Because I didn't see it when it broke. Have you already seen Ammo's vid off stream? I have seen his video off stream, and it was a very good video. It was a very well made video. That's why I wanted to do a response video to it, actually. Because I wanted to do... Oh, so close. So close. So close. I wanted to do a Qorvex rework breakdown. You have an Arcane for me. Oh boy. I love Arcanes. Yippee. This. No. Which button is it? Sentient cores. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I don't care. Magus Drive at rank 5? Wow, that is a huge cut off of my time grind. Very nice. Okay, Default. There we go. So next is this one, and I only need to get 48 of these. And I now have 49 of each of these. This is great news, because now we can begin work on getting 49 of every single part from here, and then every single part from Little Duck. You're only missing the Cetus Arcane and 16 of Magus Firewall? Why 49? Because there's 49 variants for each one. So 111, 112, 113, all the way through, 117, and then 121, 122, that sort of deal. So there's four. So I need 49 of every part, and then I'm going to do every single amp. Every amp combo. Which I guess I could just start with the 111 right now. I do need to start crafting these. I haven't been crafting them. It's also like, this is like a long-term goal that I'm like, whatever. I'm not really in too much of a rush. Like, I need to do this. Why would you do that to yourself? What the fuck else am I gonna do? What else am I gonna do with my free time, man? Speed leveling? Oh, I'll be speed leveling so much, dude. Did daily reset just happen? I missed daily reset. No, I logged in a long time ago. Happened an hour ago? Damn, that means I missed out on more grinding. I missed out on more daily standing for Little Duck. This is a tragedy. If only I wasn't playing Minecraft. God, this thing looks so good. Hello, Crow. Allow me to give you ship orbital cannon scene. And, oh, wait, you like Iatan stars. Hold on. Fuck that. Iatan stars. There you go. Bunch of blue stars. Oh, firewalls. Yippee! This is equivalent exchange. This thing looks so cool. Did you make this one?
Hmm?
Not you.
Did you
The
did you talk to me?
Nah, the bird.
Oh, okay.
You did make that? That's very cool, Crow. It looks genuinely fucking cool. Oh, there's Sprodlings. Why are there so many Sprodlings in your dojo? There's a fucking infestation of just Sprodlings. Oh my god, they're everywhere. What is this? Do not question it. I'm questioning it. Why are there Sprodlings everywhere? You only have like 50? That makes me want to go and just put a bajillion in there. Also, there's just an observation jar in here. Oh, I'm being kicked. Why are you still in the dojo? Well, as soon as you said something, it finally booted me, so... I should have gone to the dry dock, and then I could have permanently kept the session open. Alright. Before we do anything, I'm gonna grab the Arcane spreadsheet. And you gave me all of Drive and a bunch of Firewall, which is very nice. There we go. Anonymous Penguin. I wonder who that Anonymous Penguin would be. Totally isn't Crow. Okay. That's not the Arcane menu. Arcane menu. Incomplete Arcanes. Bonk. And I have 5 Magus Firewall. Yippee! Just Exodiumite, which we're at 6 out of 10, I just realized, so... Damn. It'll still take me 1 extra day. That hurts my soul. I need... If I got 1 Exodiumite Arcane, then it would cut my day requirement down by a full day. I'm an anonymous badger. You would get the rest of Exodiumite? Ah, don't worry about it. It's 1 day. I'm right there. I already have all the standing. It's just I have to wait for the daily timer. I could have had this already. You can get 1? Ah, don't worry about it. Yeah, don't even worry about it. It's just waiting. But you know what's not just waiting? Well, it is also actually just waiting, but it's just waiting a little bit less cringe. Fortuna. Because we need to get a bunch of little ducks standing! Ah! Still need to buy out the cetus shops? Yeah, I'm considering doing 1 of every kit gun and 1 of every Zaw as well. But those ones seem like much more daunting tasks because there's a lot more parts for each of them. 1 of every amp is pretty chill, but 1 of every kit gun is 6, and then this many, and then this many, and it's like, it's a lot. It's a lot. And that's just for kit guns, not including Zaws, which Zaws are insane. Zaws are ridiculous. Inside Challenge was fun. I still haven't done it. I should do it. I heard it's like, whatever. Solo ETA, but you can bring whatever. That sounds incredibly freelo. It's meaningless. All of Warframe achievements and accolades are meaningless, man. You do them for fun. Whether or not it's fun is the question. I don't give a shit about the meaning you assign to it. I don't care. Magus Drive. I can get 3 of these. God damn! Daily standing is a scourge. Magus Repair sells good? I would imagine it does. I would imagine Magus Repair sells really good. It's like 110 plat each. I can't imagine why. You burned 20 specters on the stage defense? No. Yeah, Crow, because these are daily limited, so you're hard limited to getting 3 a day, and most people don't know the Torrid farm that I showed you. Or the Toroid farm. So because they don't know the Toroid farm, they genuinely grind really, really slow, and they don't want to farm Toroids because Fortuna really sucks. So because they don't have No, it's repair. It's repair. Revert is the void sling one. That's no bueno. It's like whatever. It's repair is the one that heals your warframes around you. 6 per minute while turning brain off. Yeah, I know. I know. You and I know that, but the average fucking player doesn't like. They don't grind it. So because they don't grind it, it's this insurmountable wall to them. They're just like, eh. Which, I mean, I don't blame them. Did I buy the wrong? I bought the wrong one. I don't need drive. What do I need? Firewall is what I need. I bought the wrong one. I was looking at the amount of extra arcanes that I had as reference, because all the other ones are checkmarked. So I was like, oh, they're good, except this one had a number on it from the ones that I bought. Well, that's okay. You're sure you'll get 16 in a week? Yeah, it's not that bad. It's just like, man, that is a big time sink. That's all. That's a whole day is the only reason it's frustrating. It's like, motherfucker, dude. You wish Magus Accelerant was better? You and me both. I love Magus Accelerant. It's one of my favorite arcanes, and it's just like, it just exists. But honestly, even if it was better, like, what could you even do with it? You know what I mean? You meant to give 44 2x weapon slots to a clan member this week, and you accidentally bought them yourself? Dude, same. I was giving weapon slots to a homeboy because he had to do a shit ton of clan weapons, and all the clan weapons, there's like a lot. He needed a lot of forma, so I gave him a shit ton of forma bundles and a bunch of weapon slots. And while I was giving slots, I accidentally fucking bought some for myself. So my ass, who already has like 60 Warframe slots, I now have 77 Warframe slots. Will it show me, please? There we go. 77 Warframe slots. The fuck am I gonna do with these? What am I gonna do with 77 slots? Drop that down by 10. Thanks, man. Not only that, but look at the amount of duplicate frames I have as well. Like, if you look at how many duplicate frames I have, can I sort this by number of owned? I can't. Well, okay then. But, like, if you just look, it's like, I have got 4 Gausses. I've got 5 Lokis. I know 2 of them are pinned. Your soul curled up and died when you realized you didn't gift. Fill them with a warframe you hate so you can have the satisfaction of deleting them from your inventory when you need a slot. That means I have to craft and then have that in my inventory. Not only that, but I don't feel like grinding out 67 Qorvexes. I'm fine. I don't want to do that. I love my life, actually. I don't want to do that. Sounds awful. Diabolical. I'm good. I'm very much good on that front. I am very proud of this. I cannot wait to be done with this. Collecting and upgrading every single arcane. You finally ran out of sculptures to put stars in. That's a dark day. It's a dark day. Oh god. That's not actually a DWRA challenge, MLAD. That is not a DWRA challenge. You are incorrect about that. Since you have to redo this week's ETA, any tips on not burning through 20 specters on stage defense? Well, if you're doing it for the honoria, then just play whatever frame. Just play whatever frame, don't take any of the modifiers, and then just use the broken shit to free low win. It could be. No, it really couldn't. It really could not be a DWRA challenge. There's a Forma and a Catalyst and Reactor alert for an Interception that's level 10. Do we go carry some pub Timmies on a weak ass level 10? Where's my Banshee? Let's grab my Banshee and let's just run through level 10 Interception. Let's go carry some little plebeians, hey? Oh, I'm on the China region. Hold on. Region. There we go. Oh no, I am on NA. Alright, there you go. I'll take free Catalyst and Reactor. Okay, Rhynek joined and left. Alright, Yeetminator. This guy is gonna have no idea how to do this mission. We had a 2-day double affinity in the middle of the week. Why did we have a 2-day double affinity in the middle of the week? Does my fourth ability kill at this level? Oh, not with this build, it doesn't. This is the low strength build. Alright. You got this, guy. You can do it. Go to the... You can do it. That guy is playing on mobile. 100%. 100% that guy's playing on mobile. Let's see if these guys figure out that they have to go to point C. You can do it, buddy. Okay, one person did. First line, an MR15 player. Okay. So the MR15 figured out that you have to go to the points. That's pretty good. It's a good first step. Two defaultless sets? Yeah, an MR1 and an MR2. I can't tell if Rook be good as a console player or a phone player. I'm leading towards phone player based on the movement. Oh, maybe not. That was kind of a console maneuver. It's hard to tell. Jury's out. Can't be certain, you know? Maybe a Switch player? Maybe. If I look at the colors, it looks kind of Switch-like. But I have a green ally highlight on, so maybe not. Let's see. Let's turn the ally highlights off. Ally highlighting. Just turn it off and see. He's gone now, but he'll be back. But he's walked too much. It has to be phone. Listen, I've been playing on the phone, all right? I've been locking in on the phone Warframe, the phone frame, and it is just as bad as you think it is. It really does suck. And I don't know why they're putting so much effort and emphasis in it, but it's not good. the phone has auto parkour. It does. It has auto parkour and auto running, and also auto aim and auto firing. And if you're thinking to yourself, then what's the point? Like, what buttons do you press? The input that you put is actually just where you're looking. So you hold the parkour button, and you just look where you want to go, like moving your camera around, and that's it. Oh, there's an Xmas over there that I can't quite take care of. Oh, our Dagoth got it. Very good. Good looks. Yeah, there's auto melee and everything. It is just as doomer as you think it is. Oh, my companion just blew that guy up. That guy just used Dagoth's 4th ability on level 10 enemies. I'm sure you got them, man. Then again, who am I to judge? I'm using the base assist right now. It seems like Rook Be Good is struggling with the idea of where to actually go. Because he's just with me on this waypoint, which I've established as my waypoint. See, that's not a phone maneuver right there. That's a Nintendo Switch maneuver. Having phone frame open for 5 minutes makes your phone a stove. I'll be honest, you know what? I've run it, and it's not that bad, actually. The phone frame gaming isn't so terrible.
I think it's bad when you try to load into something like multiplayer.
Yeah, loading is where they start to fall apart, and multiplayer is where things start to fall apart. But the actual, like, the phone performance itself isn't terrible. If you have, like, a cracked phone, it's definitely not awful. But the controls are so bad. It's like, we can hear her? Yeah, I know. Babe, say hi to stream.
Hi, stream.
That's the future wife. The future Mrs. No. Profiling players by their parkour skills is crazy. Okay, but it's true, though. That was not a phone maneuver. Say hi to the little Nevas. You feel like you're 4 generations behind with iPhone? That's because you are 4 generations behind when you use an iPhone. Using an iPhone is just outdated. Your Pixel is like 3 generations behind. One of the things I want to do is I want to swap to using a Google Pixel at some point. Because you can actually root the Google Pixels. And rooting the Google Pixels allow you to do a bunch of things that you can't do with Samsung devices, because they've removed a lot of important features from Samsung as time has gone on, actually. Holy health bar, by the way. That toxic proc is fucking me up. Well, so much for that toxic proc. Pixels are unironically goated. They are very goated. Pixels are very strong phones. And you can also just rip the software off of them, which is what I would do. I would not run anything Google oriented. I just want to fucking rip all the software out and just do my own thing. Okay, well, I'm gonna let that guy do that because I got stuck on the wall and can't move. I'm bad at video games. There you go, I was gonna say. Look at, none of these guys appreciate my Banshee prowess, man. SMH. Now, MLAT is cooking with that. You can tell what a Warframe streamer's high school was like based off their parkour. No, you're cooking, MLAD. Double down, triple down. You can determine their income based off their Warframe parkour. Well, that's your problem. You tried doing a defense with a revenant. Why would you do defense with revenant? Revenant's not a good defense frame. Bad parkour equals bad high school? Not necessarily. No, there's a vibe that you get. There's a certain energy. You can tell whether or not a person was bullied based on their parkour, you know? And then you can tell like the quality or degree of the bullying if you dissect a little further. Humble upbringings. Randoms rarely appreciate anything. True. Should I do the survival for the one? Oh, it's 3 forma. 3 forma for 10 minutes is fairly worth it. Let's bring a different survival loadout. Let's bring a loadout that's good for survival. And by that I mean I'm playing Gara because Gara sounds like fun. Wait, no, I shouldn't play Gara. I just need something that's automated in AFK. Also, I shouldn't play in public. 10 minutes survival. It's a level 10. I want something that'll just literally play itself. You know what I don't have? Well, I do. Well, I've been invaded. Where's Kome? Let's just play Kome. Let's just play a really lazy Kome. We're gonna go to Change Me, actually. And we're just gonna run. We're not gonna play Kome. We're gonna play the Akicore. Three forma in 10 minutes versus 3 in 3 days? Yeah, pretty much. What faction is it? Corpus or is it Invasion? It is Corpus. I say that like this is gonna obliterate them. What am I talking about? What faction is it? Who cares? It's level 15. Wait, I'm on public. Hold on. Let's change that to friends only. What's that chest piece on the Kome? I will pull it up. I swear to God, if you fuck up my spawns... Can I just aim right here and everything will just walk into the beams? They will. Alright, cool. I will now occasionally pick up loot. Dating Letty Honoria? Wait, the different frames have different honorias based on who you're dating? What in the fucking cringe? So you're telling me to be a completionist, I need to go and reset time 5 fucking times minimum? I got magnet proc. That's really rude. Little 10 enemies took all of my shield with a fucking grenade. It's nuts. You never managed to get the Okicore to work? It's not very hard. It's a very good weapon. Just because it hits everything. But realistically, it's hard carried by extra hits. So like Saren, Felme, stuff of that nature. Because you're relying on the fact that it just hits everything. And it ticks pretty fast. Alright. I may have fucked up my spawns by loading that area. But we'll see. We sort of fucked up the spawns. It's okay. We'll just go there. It's okay. I don't mind. Honestly, we need to find extraction at some point anyways, so whatever. The thing that makes the Okicore good is that it's good enough to kill at a low to medium level. So it's like, okay, I will do that then. Motherfucker is vibe exploring. Pretty respect. Actually, no, he's not. He knows exactly. No, he is vibe exploring. There's not a 4th container here. Console. Loot. Hey, rude. Ah. Really? That's it? I'm hoping for more. Let's see. Where's our 4th life support canister? That's what we're really interested in. There's our 4th, so now we know the direction. It is this direction. Okay, which means that extract is probably what I had to guess. Not this way. Has to be this way. Yep, there's extract. Yep. Yippee! We found extract. Woohoo! Don't need the map anymore. Okay, I lied. I do need the map. I need the map. I really wish DE would do a mini-map overhaul. I want various things for the mini-map. One of the things that I would really love would be the ability to draw on the map for people. Like, draw so that they can see and have maybe some kind of visual show up in the real world of some kind. And you could make it so that it's like a short lifespan type of thing so people don't draw whatever. You could also set it to be like a settings related thing where if you have it disabled in settings, then people won't see it or some shit. Or like you can only see your friends' drawings or whatever to kind of help them out. I think that would be really nice. I also think that elite enemies should be highlighted as a different color on the minimap. So, like, for example, you've got every enemy is red, but I think that, like, Xmas units should specifically have an outline that's aligned with their color. We need different kinds of waypoints. We so need different kinds of waypoints. As much as I shit on Overwatch for everything that it did wrong, something it did really right was the ping wheel system and the emote communication system, which it basically borrowed from every MOBA game ever. And it's just like, here's a ping, and here's like a quick one sentence communication of what I'm trying to tell you. And it is very straightforward. You could just have your operator voice actors or your, you know, whatever voice line. You could have the Lotus do it if you wanted. You could have Ortis do it. It doesn't matter. Just somebody say the voice line and have it be like, go here, do this thing. Enemy here, elite enemy here, whatever. Stand on this pressure plate, you know, whatever. Some kind of mild communication. Something that's not crazy. Default should be a waypoint for mission objectives, something for loot, something for extract. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You could be like, important reward here or something, you know? Oh, I'm trying to go through a door that's just not open. Cool. I also think that DE needs to finish integrating the, what's it called? My brain. Dude, my brain. What is it called? They need to integrate the Railjack map system with like the command and triggers, the teleporting and shit, and the omni warping. There should be some kind of way to utilize that specific system for like spectating players and like sending them messages. Like, that's a cool system. Obviously, the Railjack menu doesn't make sense to be in most like regular gameplay, but like some of the abilities would be interesting. Also, you could add more abilities to be more relevant for regular gameplay, or just do anything to integrate on that system, and you could do the communication window through that instead of what it is currently. Like, replace the ping wheel system with like that menu for like advanced pings or something. Like, there's the regular waypoint, and then there's like the turbo waypoint, and it's just like basically similar to the Railjack tactical menu with a little bit more going on. Could be fun. Tactical menu question mark? Yeah. Yeah, you do need to be precise with the waypoints, because a lot of the times the loot that you're trying to ping, you can't even ping. And also, waypoints are determined based on where the other person receives them. So, for example, if I put a waypoint here, just because I see it in this spot does not mean that Baby Wolf sees it in that spot. Baby Wolf, get over here. There you go. Because the waypoints are dynamic and they move around based on who's receiving them. So, like, if I ping a piece of loot, but then I use vacuum and I suck it all the way over here, the ping is still going to show up for them over here, even though my waypoint would have moved over here. So there's a bunch of broken shit. There's also client-host desync with loot pings, and there's all kinds of problems. So it's by no means a solved issue. We also need blinking waypoints for the really important ones, because God knows most people playing this game do not pay attention to things that are static. Yes, that is true. Baby Wolf, just use Dante. Just use Dante and your life will be easier. Or if you don't want to use Dante, use a frame with a Dante Spectre instead of whatever Spectres you were using before. Waypoints breaking in general. Waypoints breaking in general is also an issue. Stuff like Navigator desyncing, yeah. Yeah, I noticed you got a new glyph. Interesting. Wolf glyph? Yeah, I guess it makes sense. Baby wolf, wolf glyph. Yup. That all makes sense to me. Alright, chat. It is now time. I think we have enough people here that we can watch the Amolistic video on Qorvex and do React content. Guys, React content. Woohoo! We love React content. Guys, do you like React content? Type 1 if you like React content. Don't do it. Infinite content farm. It is an infinite content farm.
Despite the title
of let me really quickly lower the frame rate of Warframe so that way it doesn't blow my computer to smithereens trying to run it in the background and a video.
of this video if you want, but something must be said. The phenomenon is weird. Most of them show only Qorvex strength, and without exception, most left its sea of weaknesses and incapabilities buried within the flowing rules, fearful of what is underneath.
Can someone
It is
stream Nev
undeniable when
reacting?
proper
That's so
investment
true.
is given while playing into a frame's bigger strength. He can look good, but at the end of the day, the truth always lingers. The facade of Qorvex being strong
I like this
immediately
capture
falls
shot a
apart
lot
the
with
moment
the
you
Kyrinka
compare
pillar.
him to any other frames. He is just weak.
Good intro, right? Good hook. Good attention grab. Type 1. Truth nuke. Good intro, good stuff going on, right? My personal take on Qorvex, you guys already know. I dislike Qorvex a lot. But despite my dislike for Qorvex, I maintain that he's... Wait, why do I get my own video in my recommended? What the fuck? This is huge. I was turning into a Pokemon YouTuber. Despite my dislike of Qorvex, and despite the fact that I think he's really bad, I do think Ember is worse. And I've debated with many people on who I think the worst frame is, or where I think frames rank, or this, that, or the other. And I just think that Ember is the worst frame. And I've always thought that. LMFAO Sajin? Oh, yeah. Second Qorvex has hit the tower.
Imagine this. Qorvex has the Valkyr and Oberon reworks poor design aspect, yet had none of what makes Valkyr and Oberon post-rework bearable. At least the latter had a formidable kit strength to back them up, like both of their passive. Qorvex has none of that. Starting with his passive, weapons.
It's very interesting to compare Qorvex's design to Oberon and Valkyr, because I get what he's trying to do. He's trying to say, listen, these frames collectively, these three frames, are actually designed really poorly with their modern kits. But the difference is that Qorvex is balanced like shit, and Valkyr and Oberon are balanced like super overpowered. And I get the point that he's trying to make, but I don't think they're actually designed similarly enough for you to make the point. Like, I understand the point that he's highlighting is that the design of the kit is flawed, right? And they're designed bad, which is true. These are objectively true things, right? Like, whether or not you think Oberon is weak or strong, which he's very fucking strong, he's overpowered, his design is terrible because he's designed as this health armor tank healer warframe, but then he just has Mesmer Skin as a passive, and it's on 24/7, and you can never die or take damage, so you don't need to heal armor tank or health tank or any of that, right? So, like, the whole point of you being, like, a supportive healer with, like, a little bit of crowd control from enemy damage, redirection, and this, that, the other, it just goes away, because as long as Oberon exists, not only him, but the entire squad is completely unkillable immortal in affinity radius just by virtue of him existing. And it's not even something that you can ignore or not participate in, because that's literally Oberon's passive, right? So Oberon has this terrible fucking design, but nobody in the community will ever give a shit because he's just overpowered. Qorvex also has this terrible design with a lot of flaws, like fundamental logical flaws like that, but he's not overpowered. But the problem is, he doesn't need to be overpowered because the average person only looks at whether or not they can kill the enemies that are in front of them. Is that your stream? You see? Yeah, I noticed that too. That's what I mentioned. I just talked about that. I was like, why is that even there? It's really interesting. You guys see my recommended is full of very interesting stuff here. Very interesting stuff. Anyways,
wielded by Qorvex have an additional +3 punch through. On paper, that looks way better than 50% of the passive in this game, but remember what Qorvex aims to achieve: damage his enemies through Crucible Blast. This passive, as expected, doesn't even apply to the beam. The only place where it is a viable passive is when you are trying to focus on single target weapons, but like, that's it. You can say his tool with the augment, but brother, this only works in Simulacrum. Next is his...
The major thing about this passive that really sucks is that, like, aside from punch through being like a whatever stat, right? 3 punch through isn't even like a crazy number. There's a lot of obstacles and walls in the game that are just 5 meters thick, right? Like, it's just 5 meters of punch through. Or, you know, every enemy counts for 1 meter of punch through. So, in theory, you hear 3 meters of punch through and you say, oh, I'm tripling my damage because I'm hitting 3 times the enemies. Realistically, what you're doing is, in a very, very niche situation, in a very niche circumstance, you are able to deal extra damage to maybe 1 or 2 enemies just because of the way enemies spread up if you're not grouping them. And if you are grouping them, then an AoE weapon is going to be better. Punch through as a stat sounds really, really, really broken, right? It sounds really overpowered on paper. And there are certain instances where it is overpowered, like Cyto 9. Cyto 9 gives you basically infinite punch through because he gives you like 20 meters of punch through. However, the part that makes Cyto 9 broken isn't actually the infinite punch through, it's the fact that he can also see through walls, deals extra damage, has an extra hit, and certain AoE hits get the punch through as well, allowing them to bypass obstacle checks and line of sight checks. So something like the Sobek on sight becomes overpowered because he basically bypasses what would otherwise limit the Sobek, that being walls. If you can use the Sobek and just completely ignore walls, like you can with sight, then that specific interaction becomes overpowered. But punch through itself is not overpowered. My Zenith is not the strongest weapon in the game, despite it having infinite punch through, right? It seems like a really cracked stat, but like, of the things that have infinite punch through, they only really work in like mag bubble and only if they're a projectile. So adding 3 punch through to some weapons is going to be very strong, sure, but it's not going to be nearly as strong as you're always tripling your damage. Especially because, like, the nature of shooting projectiles as well, you're not going to be taking advantage of shooting a projectile through a wall and then skewering 4 enemies in total, right? That's just not what's going to happen. Because you have to deal with projectile travel time, enemies are never going to be lined up in a straight line for you, and you're never going to get that crazy wall connection because of the distance, right? The time it takes the projectile to travel through air. So realistically, Qorvex's passive is like a nothing burger. And on like rare occasions or in rare circumstances, you're going to be adding a little bit more damage. But like, if you don't have the mechanics required to utilize punch through, then it's meaningless. The reason punch through is such a good stat on Mag is because it makes her deal damage to every enemy in the bubble, and this only applies to non-hit scan weapons. So not only are half of the weapons just not applicable to even utilize punch through properly because they're hit scan, but of the weapons that can utilize them, it's really gimmicky unless you're using Mag. So you're just running into problem after problem after problem with this passive, and it's like, you could give this guy 10 meters of punch through on his passive, it still wouldn't be that great. It would be better. And by the way, there's nothing stopping you from just running the Sobek on Qorvex with Zada's Whisper and taking advantage of the punch through. You can do that, but it's not going to be nearly as good as you would hope. It's not going to be nearly as like, it's very much copium as opposed to just Cyto 9. That's like Cyto 9 at home. You know what I mean? It's not even close to the damage efficacy, to the range that you're going to get out of Cyto 9. So his passive kind of just exists and doesn't really do anything for most people's gameplay on average, right? Which is a great thing to start with, because you could do a lot of things with Qorvex passive.
His first ability,
Actually, if you use Zada's Whisper, you can only take advantage of one punch through max. Yes and no, Raven. The thing is, right, if you're using the Sobek, right, for the explosion AoE bypassing walls, then you can take advantage of it, is more what I was talking about. But yes.
Tyrinka Pillar. Formalities aside, this ability itself is not good. Outside of spreading Crucible Blast effect and prime radiation status on enemies to allow better damage, it doesn't have anything that makes it stand out. The radius is pitiful even at 190% range, the slow is inconsequential and also capped, has line of sight requirement, just all in all a middling ability that serves only as—
By the way, do you guys want to notice something really quickly? That these are level 180 units. These aren't even level 205. These are level 180 units. And despite him having a decent range on this first ability here, you can see the range of it, right? You can see how big it is. Which, actually, I don't even see the line on it. This range on this is fucking huge. And these guys are taking literally 2-digit damage. And these are enemies that are vulnerable to radiation, if I'm not mistaken. These guys, the corrupted enemies, are weak to radiation, resistant to viral. And this is a high-range, high-duration build. You can see he's got, like, over a minute on the first ability, right? Like you can just see here.
Only place where it is a viable passive is— you can say his two weakness is his first ability, Tyrinka Pillar.
So look, the fucking pulse. Oh, there's the line. The line is there. So this is like a max range build. You can just barely see the line. It goes all the way around the whole fucking thing. This is a max range build, and we are seeing single-digit and triple-digit damage.
Aside, this ability itself is not
This
good.
is like what people
Outside
are gooning about and saying that like Qorvex deals a lot of damage, and Qorvex is, I press forward and enemies die. 4-digit damage with a shit ton of range.
Effect and prime radiation status on enemies to allow better damage. It doesn't have anything that makes it stand out. The radius is—
like, hello? Like, what are we talking about? Like, we're sitting here and we're gooning over 2-digit damage. And this is not a case of, like, Amolistic cherry picking or, like, doing some bullshit. Like, this is just standard Qorvex damage gameplay. Every Qorvex clip I've ever seen showcases a system like this, where it's like they have this max range build and they are literally dealing double to single-digit damage. This is literally like, this is every Qorvex's gameplay that I've ever seen ever. The most I've ever seen a Qorvex deal is literally 5-digit damage. That's the most I've ever seen, and that is stacking viral, corrosive, armor stripping, fucking like every buff under the sun, bunch of power strength, a bunch of modifiers, the Archon charge, everything. We're talking squeaking out 25,000 damage. Yeah, roar included. We're talking like every fucking multiplier, a shit ton of strength, a shit ton of range, like an invigoration going on. And we are talking about 50,000 damage like tops. The most I've ever seen from his 1 and 4 ability combo. But people will slobber over that and say that it's good damage because in
This
low
ability
levels like
itself
this,
is not
well, it
good.
just took care of the trash,
Outside
sort
of
of. But like
spreading
this, even this DPS is terrible. No,
Crucible
like
Blast
even this
effect
DPS
and
is
prime
awful.
radiation status on enemies
These
to
enemies
allow better
aren't
damage.
dying yet.
It doesn't have anything that makes it stand out. The radius is pitiful even at 190% range. The slow is inconsequential and also capped. Has line of sight requirement. Just all in all, a middling ability that's
Every single thing that Amolistic has said that is detractive of this ability is 100% correct. If you hear this ability and you hear the way he's describing it and you think he's being so unfair to it, he's really not. This is actually about as fair as you can possibly be to this ability. Because I would sit here and I would talk about the shit casting, and I would talk about the animation lock, and I would talk about all the issues with it. But even if you remove all of those flaws, the actual fundamental power that this provides you, what this does, is so hard limited. The fact that this ability has a shit base range and an LOS is insane. The LOS I didn't even know about because I just assumed that it was like Warframe jank for the reason this thing wasn't hitting things properly and like why it was being weird and not like doing what I wanted it to do. It was fucking LOS. What makes you salty about the one is you can only have 2 pillars and that's pitiful. The thing is, right? If you think about what the pillars are really good at, the pillars are really good at locking down like one doorway. So if you do 2 doorways locked off with Qorvex, and then you press your 4th ability to lock down a 3rd doorway, that's like that's the extent of his crowd control area denial prowess, which sounds really good, but in a game like Warframe, when is the time that you're actually thinking to yourself, I should lock down 3 doorways? Because the only thing I can think of is, like, technically mirror defense, and even then there are 5 doors minimum, each one. Like, 5 places you want to lock down, just, like, at a baseline, right? And even then, it's not AFKable because you need to go and re-up and maintain those pillars. And everywhere else, instead of locking down a doorway, you want to be killing. Like, max killing. Yeah, Log makes the great point. Why don't you just lock down the entire map instead? Why would I only want to lock down 1 or 2 doorways? And even if I'm locking it down with radiation procs and I'm relying on it, like, to keep the enemies in place, I would rather just deal damage and kill them in most mission types, or use an actual crowd control. So, in what universe are these Kyrinka pillars doing anything? The only way you get to take advantage of these Kyrinka pillars, then, is as a damage tool, because they're not a good crowd control tool, even though their design forces them to be a crowd control tool. But let's say you don't use them that way, you use them as a damage tool, so you get enemies grouped up, and then you use your 1st ability twice in order to maximize your damage output, and then you use your 4th ability. It's a shit ton of energy investment, and we just saw the kill rate. And it's a shit ton of time as well. All of this time that you're spending pressing 1 twice, setting up your 4th ability, getting the enemies grouped up, that's time your teammates are going to come in and kill shit, or the enemies are just dealing damage to you, or just doing anything that isn't dying. And then after you do that, and you get all the setup done, well, guess what? Those 1st ability things, they're stationary. They don't go with you. You can't move around after you're done. That's it. After you're done, you put those 1st abilities down, that's it. They stay there forever. You either have to regroup enemies into that area, which you're not going to do, or you need to wait for enemies to come to you, which is super slow. And again, if your teammates fuck you up by like going somewhere else and messing with enemy spawns, or they just run by and kill everything while you're setting up, it's too much setup for no payoff. And again, you don't want to be constantly moving these. You want these to stay still and act as a stationary damage source. But the enemies aren't going to willingly walk into it. And it's so conditional. It has an LOS, it has a shit base range, you only get 2 of them, you have to use your 4th ability on it regularly to make it deal its damage. There's just so many problems with this ability. We gotta ask Pablo to put Roombas under the Kyrinka pillars. I mean, seriously.
Serves only as a medium for Crucible Blast that also doesn't do it well. Even then, this is already the better part of Qorvex. We haven't even talked about the worst yet. Speaking of that, Containment Wall. Yes, grouping, but as you can see, a straight line.
Not only is this the worst grouping tool that I've ever seen in the game, like as a whole, like Qorvex's grouping is not only the worst grouping, but the fact that DE hasn't thought in every single Qorvex complaint that there is, and every single bit of Qorvex yapping that has been done, they've never thought to themselves, maybe we should make this ability not shit. Never occurred to them. Never fucking occurred to them. This ability has the worst grouping mechanic ever. Not only the way this groups enemies, okay?
Wall. Yes. Grouping.
Okay, I'm gonna go by this frame by frame. Okay, we're gonna go through and just look at what happens to these enemies when they get grouped, right? So they get sucked in, they get sucked in, they get sucked in, right? Do you notice how they're kind of well, I guess it's kind of hard to see through the numbers. Do you see how they're staggered right here? It's kind of hard to tell because the numbers are on top of them. Do you see how they're staggered? And how they're sliding around and moving a bunch? I can do this in game really quickly. Hold on. Let me do this in game. Let me show this to you. Oh, I forgot I lowered my frame rate. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna show this to you. Where the fuck is Qorvex? Qorvex. This Qorvex is me. Oh, this fucking frame. Don't disrespect a resonator like that, Lamau. Okay, we're going to go to the exact same Sanctum Simulacrum, and we're going to turn damage numbers off. We're going to show the exact same thing, okay? That's not what I wanted to do. Options. Numbers. What? Numbers. Just turn damage numbers off entirely, just so that we can see things clearly. Okay, no damage numbers. Gunner. God, I have to go through all this setup just to showcase this. I'll probably also get rid of my cat, dog, animal. Okay. Okay. Pay close attention to what happens to these enemies. You see how they stagger and move around? They're not locked into place. So not only are they not locked into place here, but they kind of spread out a little bit into this formation. And what does that mean? Well, that basically means that for a large portion of enemies that are flying enemies, for example, like, I don't know, any Osprey unit, right? Any Osprey unit. All of the Osprey's units. All of them. Couple of these guys, couple of these dudes, whatever, these guys, you know, all of the Osprey units. They just go back to where they were. They don't get grouped at all. They don't. This grouping tool sucks. They don't get grouped. I accidentally grabbed some Xmas units in there, which are also just not being moved at all, which that wouldn't happen anyways. Is your stream the only one that's dying? Probably not. Probably not, actually. Because my computer started dying. Oh, you know why my computer started dying? Because I'm overloading my graphics card because I set my frame rate too high. Hold on. Let's just go like this. I have like 3 things open right now that are just eating my frame rate. Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry. That was me. I have a bunch of things eating my graphics card. But look, These guys, they just go back. They don't even care. They don't even care. The Qorvex Redditors are onto us? No, 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 I trolled. By the way, elite damage. Very elite damage. Oh, very good stuff here. These are shield ospreys, by the way. You ate the Ethernet? I don't think so. I don't think so. By the way, just so people don't like shit on my fucking Qorvex, what do I even have on this guy? I don't think I have him built for shit. To be fair. 175, 175, 129. It's honestly not terrible considering I've got augmented. I don't have more range because I didn't feel like putting a fucking thing in this guy, right? One of these things. Which would require a Forma. Which I could do. Let's Forma Qorvex. Let's give him the best chances that we possibly can. I still don't get enough to slot full range out of that. What? Oh, that's the wrong one. That's why. Yeah, I can't even slot this. There you go. 185 range. We're almost at 190. Only 175 range? Dude, it doesn't even matter. By the way, for those of you who don't know this, his explosions have fall-off damage as well. They gave him an augment and it's still unplayable. They really did. So the explosions, on top of needing a shit ton of range, they have damage fall-off as well. So you notice how these guys in the middle and these guys on the outskirts have taken like varying amounts of damage? It's because of damage fall-off. And these are, again, super weak little guys. These are little dudes. These are little dudes. These are shield ospreys. These aren't even, like, again, Oricon battle group. We'll be really fair and we'll use an Oricon battle group. Also, you can just see how much range my pillar has, by the way. That's more than enough to encapsulate this entire area. Man, it really made quick work of those butchers. Made really quick work of those butchers. It made really quick work of those butchers. Incredible. Absolutely stunning. This, by the way, from all the Redditors who were like, you don't even need strength for Qorvex. Run over extended. Strength is one of his most important damage multipliers. He absolutely needs strength. 74-meter range. All of the enemies were completely encapsulated in that. Like, they were completely in range. Just didn't die. Just didn't die. They just didn't. What more do you want, man? Like, these people who were like, what, you think that orange shards for 50% extra damage, what is it? It's 15% times 5. You think that's going to make a difference? You think your 75% damage multiplier is going to change that? It's not even 2x damage. Now, if you combined that with, instead of this ability, Tempest Barrage, somehow you'd have to fit Tempest Barrage into this fucking build, which I guess just over the efficiency. Because I do have a little bit more, too much efficiency, to be fair. This isn't like a super awful build. So take this off for the augment for Viral Tempest, and then use a grouping tool over this fuck-ass 2, and do all the orange shards. Then you can get decent enough damage to probably kill those guys. Sure! Up to level 500-ish, maybe. Maybe. Take off Steel Path. I don't think Steel Path is saving this guy. I don't think Steel Path is saving it. Again, it does a really good job at dealing with these butchers. But we'll try, and you know what? We'll even group them real goodly like, because that's gonna make a difference. Non-steel path, by the way. I mean, it's basically stopped. It's just stopped being effective entirely. These, I could just sit here and drain the energy bar again, and it wouldn't kill them. How are you still standing? There we go. On Orakin, would that 75 be 25? Oh, these guys are resistant to radiation. I thought these were vulnerable to radiation. My mistake. I thought these were vulnerable to radiation. They are resistant to radiation. Okay. I thought they were vulnerable. They're vulnerable to viral, which is interesting. I had it backwards. I thought they were resistant to viral. I guess it's just these guys. I guess I just got these two mixed up. Even if he did do more damage on non-SP, the enemy density would be lower, so he would still be worse. Yes. That's your argument there. That's why those guys' health bars stopped moving entirely. That's why their health bars completely disappeared, because there was, like, the health bar damage completely disappeared because there stopped being enemies for them to bounce off of. So Qorvex only deals damage so long as enemies are even alive in the first place, which makes it even worse. On top of the fact that I didn't mean to skew the results. These guys are resistant to radiation. It's a 50% damage nerf. You had to give Qorvex like 3,000% strength when you were recording with Rabid? Gee, I wonder why. I wonder why he needed such a high strength investment. Crazy. Retry with a neutral? Here, we will let's give him the benefit of the doubt. We'll retry with just the Grenier, which have no radiation vulnerability at all here. And guys, this will really save Qorvex this time, I promise. This will really do it. Okay, all the butchers died. That's good. And it's right back to the same thing. Same fucking thing. Well, we got rid of all the butchers. We got rid of all those butchers pretty fast. How much energy do we spend before these guys are... Yep. It's moving this time. This is still non-SP, by the way. Oh, that was SP. But Nev, you have iframes and can't die. The amount of copium required, the amount of, like... I thought we all already knew he was mid. The devs needed to throw something in before Dante, so they tossed Qorvex, literally. The enemies are indeed moving. Yeah, they sure are, man. They sure are. They're moving all right. What a dead frame. I mean, what an awful frame. Like, genuinely, what an awful frame. I guess you could take this off for more duration, right? You need more duration. If I were to like actually give this guy a fair shake. I wouldn't use the orange shards though. I'd still use the green one. You would deal more damage with Aqua Blades than his 4? That's objectively true. That's not even like a I bet. because the way the DOT works, the way the damage scales, you're going to outclass that insanely. If you had Roar on Qorvex versus Roar on Uriel, and you just used Aqua Blades and the Augment to just spam the damage, it would immediately start outclassing it. Like infinitely stronger. Not a lot stronger, it's way stronger. To a ridiculous threshold. Let's see. Let's squeak out a little bit more range here. Let's really try to give this guy, like... We'll give him, like, as much copium as we can give him, right? We'll really give this guy copium. Putting overextended on, by the way, just kills the fucking build, because of course it does. Honestly, you might even just do this. Just to squeak out that littlest bit more. Because you still need so much. You need so much. Ember 4 or Qorvex 4, pick your poison. Honestly, like, Ember's 4 can heat inherit, but that's not really enough to make the argument that, like, oh, therefore Ember's 4 is better. Because priming with heat inherit still takes a decent chunk of time, and then you have to wait for the meteors to hit. And if you're using heat inherit, you're not even getting the credit on Ember. The credit goes to the weapon. So it doesn't even count. At least it's heat. Yeah, at least it's a DOT, so you can use Roar. That's the argument for it. At least it's heat. And, like, you can use synergies to fix it. You're overestimating the Qorvex 4. You think a built Velt would beat it out in damage? Yeah. Anyways, we can go back to the Amolistic video. That was just a little side tangent. That was just a little sidetrack, because I was just like just to kind of highlight, like, how good Amolistic is making Qorvex look. He's really making Qorvex look in his best. Like, his absolute best. And this is...
Qorvex's primary form of damage is a radial area of effect.
Oh yeah, also the 2 and the grouping. The grouping is fucking odd. That's what I went there to bitch about. The grouping sucks. That grouping is the worst grouping in the game.
What I am showing here is already the best case scenario for this ability. The moment I am not in Simulacrum, this ability will immediately look 10 times worse. You know, just use Cyotid at this point.
Yes, literally.
Alone Nautilus. His third Disometric Guard, however, I swear I saw this somewhere before. I wonder where. Disometric Guard is just Hideous Resistance with a different coat of paint, whom only seen some users recently along the nerf Arcane Persistence on health tanks who had no status immunity. If Hideous Resistance is already a choice, on top of Firewalker and Spellbind, what proves Disometric Guard otherwise when there's nothing on top of the status immunity? As you can see, outside of Crucible Blast, all of Qorvex's ability is severely underpowered. Not only that, his kit is all over the place, held up by...
So, to get into Qorvex's third ability a little bit harsher than Amolistic's, because Amolistic was really nice when he went over Disometric Guard. And he basically just compared it to Hideous Resistance, right? He's basically just like, Disometric Guard is basically Hideous Resistance, but it doesn't make sense to exist because Hideous Resistance exists, blah, blah, blah. It goes a step further than that, okay? Every other status immunity in the game provides an additional effect or is cheaper. Right? So Hideous Resistance is 50 energy for the same base cap of 10. So on top of being 25 energy cheaper, it goes on every Warframe. Further than that, why would I give a shit about giving status immunity to my allies? If I want to give status immunity to my allies, Trinity's Well of Life gives them status immunity and healing and a death gate. Spellbind from Titania is on a timer, and I can get all of my allies in one go, including myself. Qorvex 3 can regenerate 1 stack every like 3 minutes. It can regenerate with an asterisk. Mesmer Shield, giving Overguard to your teammates, Spellbind, Firewalker, every other form of status immunity in the game is not only cheaper, but it does what this ability does better and usually provides an additional effect. The benefit of Qorvex's 3 is that technically it can regenerate, and technically it can have an infinite duration if it regenerates at a rate that beats out the rate at which you lose the stacks, which sometimes you can do if you're never getting hit in the first place. But here's another problem with Guard. His fucking 4th ability makes you immortal anyways. Why do I need to be status immune if I'm immortal? Because if you're playing Qorvex, you have to use the augment. It's not like an option. It's not a choice. That augment is like required for Qorvex. So if I'm going to be immortal in my 4th ability anyways, what the fuck is the point of status immunity? Why would I ever give a shit about status immunity if I can just throw down a Dante Spectre and my entire team has regenerating Overguard and can't die? Or an Oberon Spectre and my entire team has Mesmer Skin and can't die? Or I'm immortal because I pressed my 4th ability and I can't die. Or I can press Firewalker and I can get a speed buff and then I have status immunity and it's 25 energy and it's on a duration. Or I can press Spellbind and it's 25 energy and it's on a duration. What is the fucking point of Guard and his kit being an ability? It makes no sense. Not only that, but this ability, I don't know if you guys know this about his ability, requires strength to scale. It requires strength, and you need to get the kills to regen it. Why? It makes no sense. It makes no fucking sense. It's so bad. It's so bad.
Unity. If Hideous Resistance is already a choice, on top of Firewalker and Spellbind, what proves Disometric Guard otherwise when there's nothing on top of the status immunity? As you can see, outside of Crucible Blast, all of Qorvex's ability is severely underpowered. Not only that, his kit is all over the place, held up by hopes and dreams of a very interesting team. Yes, they are synergies. But where is the consistency?
Look, by the way, 13,000
All
damage.
synergies that DE gave
This is
him
the peak
all
damage
live
that we saw there,
individually
10,000.
within their own bubble, and they barely had any meaningful interaction with his own abilities. For example,
That's with viral corrosive priming and like a fully done up build, and he's got like all of the modifiers going on, and he's got like the most ideal scenario, and we're talking like 5-digit damage.
How about the rest of
Again,
his abilities? Is Coherence still in the room with Qorvex? That's why Herald's kit is still easily top 3 in terms of design. The synergy is through the ability itself, not forcefully added to make it seem like there's any, and all of them are anchored by 3 key aspects. Precision headshot.
Is it at least 100% regen on a 10% stack rad proc? I believe it is, yes.
Shields, and energy. There's no quote-unquote added requirement to force a synergy with X and Y only, as the idea is anchored and implemented throughout, instead of being a...
So, to kind of reiterate what he's talking about, because he just kind of brings up Haro here, and some people might have like just been like, huh? Why are we talking about Haro? The idea here is to highlight that through intentional and deliberate game design, you can make a gameplay loop that expressly interacts with like a mechanic or an interaction, right? An integration that feels very cohesive and puts the kit together without forcing the synergy. Right? Because every single one of Haro's abilities revolves around this idea of precision headshots. His first ability makes headshots easy to get. His second ability is 4x stronger when you get a headshot. His third and fourth ability are 4x stronger when you get precision headshots, right? So the idea is precision headshots. And it creates a very satisfying gameplay loop, and it's not forced in any way. It's not forced. It's very cohesive. It makes a lot of sense. When I get a precision headshot, I get a reward for doing so. And the rest of his kit is oriented around that, right? Like, the whole purpose of Haro is kill enemies with precision headshots. That's his whole identity. Get a precision headshot, and you get rewarded. And on top of getting the 3x headshot damage, his fucking pistol has extra headshot damage. It has extra crit and shit. It has a sniper scope. He's got a thing that magnetizes headshots. Like, everything is headshots, headshots, headshots. And it's this really cohesive, congealed idea. Grendel's kit and Qorvex's kit are fundamentally similar, but Grendel has better stats. I don't think so. Grendel plays very differently than Qorvex. Obviously, if you reduce everything enough, eventually you get one of 3 frames, which is a frame that heals / tanks / doesn't die, a frame that does damage with abilities, a frame that makes your weapons deal damage, or a frame that doesn't die because of like crowd control or like invis or some shit. If you boil everything down enough and reduce everything down enough to its most bare parts, those are like the 4 outcomes. You either deal damage or you don't die. Do damage, don't die. Oh my god, 4D reference. That's like the 2 frame archetypes. When you boil everything down and reduce them to like whatever basic parts you get to. That's also just like the reductive nature of the like entire game. If you iterate far enough and you just reduce far enough. How about pre-rework Grendel? Listen, I just have a soft spot in my heart for pre-rework Grendel. I just miss being able to suck up the entire fucking map. Alright, I'll always say that. I say that over and over again. I say that every stream at this point. Don't damage, do die. Yup. Yep, 4D reference. But like, Haro's theme is so smoothly and cohesively integrated into his abilities, and it doesn't feel forced. You have an ability that makes it easy to get headshots, and then every follow-up ability rewards you for getting headshots. They're not expressly stated, it's not expressly mandatory that this is Haro the headshot frame, he's Mr. Headshot, but his gameplay is so obviously pushing you towards getting these headshots that you immediately look for headshot-specific synergies. Something like primary deadhead just makes a lot of sense. You get more precision headshot damage. You look for sniper rifles, because sniper rifles typically have headshot multipliers. Don't do damage, die. I thought it was damage die don't do. Oh man. This is just too many names for 4D. Like, obviously, Haro's kit, his abilities will tell you, like, get headshots, but it's not like he's like, I'm Mr. Haro, I get lots of headshots. Like, obviously, you just get that when you play the game and you play him. Don't damage, do die? I see.
A random bunch of ideas that lives within their own bubble. Even if I put the synergy talk aside, Qorvex still isn't safe, even when it comes to his best ability. Crucible Blast is clearly the center of Qorvex, from his 2 trying to cater towards it and his 1 having.
For a second, I thought this was 27,434 damage. I said, oh, that's really strong. No, that's 27 damage and 434 damage separately. Those are 2 separate numbers. Oh, maybe they're not. Maybe they are the same. No, I don't think so. Actually, I can't tell. Maybe it is. Maybe it is together.
Interaction.
Maybe it is 5-digit damage. Oh, it must be 5-digit damage. There we go.
Radiation status to increase its damage. It is hard to say otherwise. Crucible Blast works well through enemy density, and that is the main argument against the narrative that Qorvex sucks. Many Qorvex players.
Best case scenario for these guys, by the way. Best case scenario. Level 180. All the enemies are still alive to to bounce damage. You saw 43,000? Yeah. I saw the 5k. Yeah, there we go. 42,703. Yeah, there you go. 43,000. There you go.
Radiation
That's
status
peak
to
damage
increase
right
its
there.
damage. It is hard to say otherwise. Crucible Blast works well through enemy density, and that is the main argument against the narrative that Qorvex sucks. Many Qorvex players always like to say, quote-unquote, you didn't build enough ability range on Qorvex, that's why he is not good. As if Qorvex didn't rely on enemy density instead of ability range to nuke. Range on him, despite being the quote-unquote best stat, still serves only as a complement to enemy density scaling, and you don't want to overinvest on that. And instead,
it is much more ideal to use a high range grouping tool. A high range grouping tool and a high strength Qorvex than it is to use a high range Qorvex. It is so much more ideal. You still want positive range, but even looking at this 190 range, just looking at this, and I'm just like, man. What were you cooking with the Cata shields and fast deflection? Yeah, I wonder. There. Probably press 4 to go invuln. And then just wait for shields to recharge, because you don't want to be in the 4 for that long, because it starts destroying your energy. So press 4 just long enough to shield gate, I guess. And then you can still shield gate with your 1, 2, and... yeah, that's what I would assume. That's about as much as I could assume. Just replaces 4 with Zada / Clume. Cheat sheet. Yeah, I mean, honestly.
Go for some ability strength to kill faster, and this is the shot I go with. You don't need all plus 15% ability damage shots, in my opinion. Nothing within his kit complement the fact that he wants enemy to come towards him as well. Investing in range doesn't fix that, okay? Not to mention.
Did you guys see like how ineffective this is at killing enemies? This is so bad.
Mention that radiation makes this even harder. This is why Qorvex relies on Nautilus so much to even hit good kill speed. The best showing of Qorvex, you know, is with Nautilus. Because a Qorvex without Nautilus is like losing over half of its intended power.
Do you see how much he's pressing like all of his other abilities before he gets to use his 4 to finally do like his job?
Like many would assume. Nautilus is doing most of the job for you. All you need is to ensure 3 status proc to proc Manifold Bond, aka the thing that allows Cordon to trigger in quick succession. There is no place for Containment Wall, as what it could provide is easily replicated and done better through the utilization of Nautilus. And because of enemies being grouped together, the beam is the better radiation priming tool when paired with its augment, which also leaves Charinka Pillar pointless to cast if you don't aim to play around it, which also counters the issue that Charinka Pillar brought. Speaking of...
So literally out of everything that you're doing with this setup that he's showing you, which this is an ideal setup, we are giving Qorvex the benefit of the doubt with the fucking, with the goddamn book, the Grimoire. We are using the Grimoire to make Qorvex copium. Like, we are copium with the Grimoire here, including the Grimoire at level 120 base Lancers, and this is what the gameplay looks like.
Trigger in quick succession.
You are struggling
no
so bad
containment wall as
to
what
kill
it
these
could
enemies
is easily
with
replicated
Tempest Barrage.
and done better through the utilization of Nautilus. And because of enemies being grouped together,
We've got
the
Madurai
beam is
in
the
there.
better radiation priming tool when paired with its
shit.
augment, which also leaves Charinka Pillar pointless to cast if you don't aim to...
You're chunking them down. Just just little bits of damage, little tiddlywinks of damage. The best part about this setup is Nova can do this while borderline AFK, but Qorvex needs to spam Tempest. I think you mean Nyx, but yes. Yes, Nyx can do this AFK. Redditors would see this and say, yes, this is unmodded Qorvex. I mean, literally, we are giving this guy so much copium. By the way, 230% strength on this build. So we're at 230% strength with all of our stuff stacked up. You can tell because of the Daiso guard. We're at like a really high range investment, and we're still spamming the shit out of everything.
To play around it,
Use book for
which
60
also counters
60%
the issue
efficiency.
that
Yeah,
Charinka
I
Pillar
figured as
brought.
much.
Speaking of its augment, holy Jesus, don't even get me started. I find it funny when some Warframe YouTuber tries to paint the narrative as quote-unquote Fused Crucible isn't a band-aid augment as it creates a different playstyle, when Fused Crucible is by definition a band-aid augment and managed to put Uriel, who is commonly associated with band-aid augments, to shame. Fused Crucible straight up allow you to move around and shoot your beam continuously, solving his poor survivability issue by allowing extended invulnerability, thus opening him up to shield regen gating setup. Drain per second is...
So, not only is Qorvex's survivability solved by this fourth ability, right? Not only is this augment mandatory for getting his ability to deal any sizable, like, reasonable DPS, like anything at all, but it fixes the fundamental flaws in his kit. That is a Band-Aid augment. Ammo does a good job explaining that this augment is really, really good, but he doesn't really explain why it's a Band-Aid super well. He just says it's a Band-Aid and then explains why the augment is really good. In my opinion, this could have been done a little bit better. The reason this augment is a Band-Aid, put very simply, is that playing without this augment on Qorvex is absolutely impossible. It is so bad. The abilities are even worse. His fourth ability goes from being really weak to being borderline unusable. You deal so little damage. You need to spam the shit out of this ability, and it costs a lot of energy to spam it. Excuse me. Remember, the base cost of this ability is 100. The augment is what makes this base cost, say, 25. The base of this ability is 100. Not only that, but you only cast this for 2 seconds, and if you cancel the ability at any time, you lose the invuln. This ability, without the augment, is borderline unusable. it does not kill because it is not on long enough to kill. That's why previous Qorvex builds told you to run a shit ton of duration as well, because you needed the lingering duration for the beam to continue to deal damage when you were done using it for the first ability. Oh my god! This ability is borderline non-functional without this augment. That saved his entire kit, and saving his kit does nothing to fix the problems that he has. Qorvex still fucking blows, dude. BLOWZ blows. It's bad. It is bad. To say that Qorvex doesn't have a Band-Aid augment in the form of his fourth ability augment is such a huge lie. And I have heard so many people say that it's not a Band-Aid augment because it's a different playstyle. It is not a different playstyle. It is the only playstyle on Qorvex that works. Anything above base path, level 60, anything above level 60 and you're not using that augment, you're dying, you're struggling, you're not killing shit. You're just not. You're not killing fucking anything. It's so bad. To like highlight the difference for you guys, right? Because I'm gonna be so much less fair to this guy. Let's put my frame rate back up high so that I can fucking just to like clarify like how much this augment saves this fucking guy. All right, just to kind of like put this out there. We're gonna take the augment off. This is the same group that we did earlier, right? Same fucking guys that we did before. Well, like before, we killed those butchers pretty good, except for this guy. This butcher didn't die. one of the squishiest units in the game didn't die. Hold on, maybe we're not being fair. Hold on. You know what? That wasn't really fair. Let's do this again. We'll do 2 Kyrinka pillars. And then we'll also do the second ability. And then we'll do the button. Amazing. Amazing. Staggering. How long did that take? Nova died for people who defended this. How long did that take, by the way? Also, so how much was that, by the way? So 25, 25, 50, 100. So 200 energy for that synergy, by the way. 200 energy for that. And then you have to just stand there and wait. By the way, let's just make this a little bit more reasonable. We're going to unpause the AI a little bit here so these guys run around a little bit. And we'll go ahead, we'll group them, right? We got them grouped up. This guy has even more HP. Honestly, the fact that these guys died, they literally died to each other. Amazing. 200 energy for that, by the way. You could kill that group with the Stug faster than the Qorvex 4. I don't doubt that, man. I really don't doubt that. I don't doubt that at all. In fact, here's how little I doubt that. All gone. I didn't even finish. I didn't even build my combo up. All gone. Like, what are we talking about? If you're sitting there and you look at this and you say, but the enemies died. First off, this ability doesn't hit when they're ragdolled. So even though they're going to take the explosions from the 4, they're not going to take the explosions from that ability. because it doesn't hit when they're ragdolled. This guy doesn't give a shit at all. He's just still chilling. He's still chilling. They're just fine. There's just no problems. These enemies just out in fucking Narnia. These are the squishiest enemies, by the way. Only reason they're alive is because they didn't get hit by their teammates. I would say Suit is better than Qorvex. You know what? Let's actually put that to the theory real quick. Hold on. Let's see. Let's go ahead and just group these guys up. And we'll get some damage here, and we'll just do this. Well, I missed, so that's awkward. Crazy. Not the ideal amp, by the way, because this isn't the glaive amp. This is just like a regular ass amp. Non-ideal amp. And that was still faster than using his abilities. Random ass fucking Eidolon amp, and it's still faster than using his abilities. What more do you want? Like what point could you possibly have about Qorvex to be like, no, he's actually really good?
Also easier for Qorvex to mod around. With 185% duration plus neutral efficiency, this only costs 10.81 energy per second with a ramp up of 0.27 per second plus an initial cast cost of 25 instead of 100. Qorvex can also cast Crucible Blast briefly, aka burst cast, to play around the fact that his pillars can spread the explosion, allowing you to prime enemies constantly through the usual primers like Epitaph or Bourbonical, while not burning through energy reserves. Do
you notice how all of the damage is coming from his fucking ability, or from his weapons and not his abilities? This entire clip where he's killing these guys is just companion and weapon
allowing
damage.
You to prime enemies constantly through the usual primers like Epitaph or Bourbonical, while not burning through energy reserves. In my opinion, not a single augment that is considered by many as Band-Aid is remotely comparable to what Fuse Crucible is to Qorvex. The moment you took the augment off, all of his problems just becomes 10 times worse. Even though Qorvex is capable of being a competent nuker on high density situation, but when he is put in missions where density isn't high, he performs substantially worse as his power shines the most with density. But what makes him worse is that all other density focused frames at least have something else to keep them afloat, like Octavia. Without Mallet, she is still invisible, can crowd control well, can buff his teammates with invis, speed, multi-shot and melee damage buffs, on top of Amp being a universal Serration type damage increase. As you can see, Octavia still have access to many different tools when enemy density is low, and they all pack strong punch. But Qorvex? Brother, let's not talk about that. Not to mention that without any subsumes, augments, or even a dedicated pet on Qorvex, he simply cannot perform at a decent pace at all. Helminth should not be mandatory for a frame to even be serviceable.
I want to again iterate and highlight just how fucking good of a point this is that Amolistic made. I want to clarify just how fucking solid of a point this is, which is that even in frames that are very dependent on density, okay? Qorvex depends on density, that's okay. Some frames depend on density. Even other frames that depend on density have it better than Qorvex. So because there are frames that also depend on density, but they have it better than Qorvex, like Octavia's Mallet, there's no reason for your entire argument to hinge on, well, Qorvex is dog shit, but when there's enemy density, he's really good, so it's fine. Octavia's Mallet is dog shit, but when there's a bunch of enemy density, it's overpowered and it plays the whole game for you, so it's fine. Like, the argument doesn't hold consistent. It doesn't apply consistently. It's an arbitrary measurement that you have put there, right? Mag's bubble doesn't really do a whole lot for you unless there's enemy density. But guess what Mag still has access to? A great grouping tool via her 1, an armor strip, shield restore, and like a bunch of great fucking augments. And the bubble still is a damage multiplier, even though it's not getting the maximum benefit of grouping a bunch, you know, getting the maximum benefit of all the enemies getting grouped up in one spot and taking advantage of density. Even without the maximum benefit, there's still some benefit to playing Mag, right? You're still getting something out of Mag. So the idea that, oh, well, you know, density, the Qorvex just needs density, so it's really not that bad. No, dude. Blazing Artillery also isn't the greatest with low enemy density. Yeah, meanwhile, Protea still provides maximum fucking value for all of her abilities. And even Blaze Artillery, which requires enemy density, still can be heat inherited, so it's not even like it's that bad. If you have to constantly make exceptions to have something technically be good, then it's not good because there's thousands of options that are always good. Pretty much. Now, that's different. That's very different from having something that is only good in like a specific scenario, because it's not that there's an exception, there's an exception, there's an exception. It's that in a given scenario or in a given environment, then that thing is good. Right? So it's a bit of a yes and no with that one. Verona 2 and Volt 4, Sevagoth scales with density. All these frames scale with density, and every single one of them provides immeasurable value when not completely surrounded in super dense clusters. But Qorvex does nothing when there's no density. Sevagoth has fuck-ass flat crit chance in his kit. He like literally. Like everything and anything that you can think of that scales with density, there's still a reason to use that kit, even if density is not there. Qorvex is the only one where that's just not the case. Also, I like that Ammo's companion is named Saren's 4th ability. That's really funny.
When enemy density is low, and they all pack strong frame to even be serviceable, the frame itself should meet that standard. And this applies to companion too. I get that you can rely on pets to get better results, but when the pet literally dictates your viability, that is when the red line is crossed. This is why he is weak. Not only his nuke is outshined by a considerable amount of frames, he doesn't have anything else to give when he is put in situations.
It is genuinely really fucking funny to me that Thermal Sunder on Rhino is just absolutely out-nuking the shit out of the ideal scenario for Qorvex. This is Thermal Sunder Rhino, bro. This isn't even a nuke frame. This is a subsume on a good frame, and this is what a good frame can do to a subsume. Like what are we talking about here?
He is out of his comfort zone. He is designed like a jack of all trades. Yet they make it seem like he is a one-trick pony who suddenly cannot perform outside of that one situation.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with him being a jack of all trades, because he really isn't. He just has one thing that he does. Thermal Sunder is broken, though. Only with Roar! Which, like, yeah, it's broken, but it's broken with Roar, so it's like, Rhino would out-nuke Qorvex by spamming with his 2 augment. That's what I'm saying, though. You know what I mean? That's like the entire point, though. Rhino can just out-nuke Qorvex. Thermal can nuke, but can buff weapons with augment? Yes, Thermal is very strong. One thing that he does, which is nothing. Like, I don't think that Qorvex falls into the jack of all trades category, because a jack of all trades frame would be like old Oberon. Old Oberon was like the quintessential jack of all trades. He had a little bit of single target, a little bit of crowd control, a little bit of area damage, a little bit of healing, tanking, but it was all like a little bit, so it was all very weak. Modern Oberon now is just Mesmer skin, so that's gone out the fucking window, and he's no longer a jack of all trades, but that was the old quintessential standard for jack of all trades, master of none. Oberon wasn't good at anything. He wasn't strong at anything. Comparing Rhino to Qorvex is a humiliation trial. But Oberon was like a good quintessential explanation of like what a jack of all trades frame used to be, right? That's what a jack of all trades frame. I don't see that in Qorvex. I see Ember in Qorvex, which is why he's balanced so low.
Once Qorvex moves away from Crucible Blast,
this is in my opinion his weakest argument, which is that Qorvex has this jack of all trades identity. I don't see it personally. He's always like his entire kit revolves around one trick pony. It feels like he can do multiple things, but he's only viable at one. But what other things can he do aside from ability damage? Like, he doesn't really crowd control with radiation. He doesn't really health tank. He doesn't really heal. He doesn't really do anything other than ability damage, right? He's just ability damage guy. So I don't see it as a jack of all trades personally. This argument doesn't hold for me.
That will left many eyebrows raised.
Because when I think of jack of all trades, I think of old fucking Oberon.
There is a reason why I state that abilities outside of Crucible Blast being middling or weak, you know. Say tanking through health, no healing, no DR, no armor percentage buff, no additional way of making himself tankier.
Designed to be one, but it doesn't feel like one.
Cater towards it. Say support, you know what? I will just let the footage speak for itself. Say crowd controlling, you know, the role designated to him, he is serviceable. Even by just radiation-based frame alone, both Nyx and Oberon easily outshines him in this category, and it's not even close. Say utilities like grouping, debuffing, and defense removal, just cut it, bro. Easily the worst in the game. Look, it's not that I want to compare, but if it isn't able to be competitive enough, like at least being the middle of
I really like that for some reason the neck texture of this suit is like too close to the skin for the model, so like the neck is clipping through and changing sizes. Yeah, it's really distracting.
What justifies Crucible Blast having detrimental downsides when the other aspects of his are nothing but pitiful? There's no excuse when Caliban is also another traditional jack of all trades frame like Qorvex, but have so much more going on in return.
I really appreciate that every single time you say Qorvex, the YouTube automated generated captions has used a different form of like Qorvex. Like every single like CORV capital X, there was one that was like KORVAX. There's never been two that have been the same. Every single time you say Qorvex in the captions, it's literally a different version. Literally every time. It's really entertaining. There should be a drinking game where you fucking take a shot every time you see a different version of the word Qorvex pop up. And just by the end of this video, you're fucking hammered and you've got to go to the hospital to get your stomach pumped.
You don't even need to list out where Caliban is good at. All you need to do is just by looking into his abilities. Caliban is just a very standard jack of all trades, and that's why I use him as a standard to compare. Good at everything but not amazing at one or few particular job. Very common trait that most jack of all trades possess. What does Qorvex have to be comparable against Caliban? Nothing. How about Nerza? How about Gara? The list can go on and on. I can make Qorvex look good, but is Qorvex himself any good? No. Qorvex is easily the worst frame
Qorvex
in this game because he is just so underwhelming at everything else that isn't nuke. Even if you look it in the lens of quote-unquote jack of all trades, he also had nothing else to prove itself worthwhile to be picked over all other jack of all trades, who did everything he does, but better. His design is an incoherent mess, and his kit strength is just so under the standard that I just don't get why people can glaze him like he is definitely not the worst. He not only...
This entire section from Amolistic, I'm pretty much like, that's pretty much the meat of the video, right? That's the meat of the video at this point. And at this point, I love it. Emma's just beating the horse to death, and I'm all for it. I'm fucking here for it 100%. I genuinely love this video so much. It's a great video. His conclusion is spot on. There's literally nothing that he says here that's just incorrect. Everything he says here is a great way to explain why Qorvex is shit on the way that he is by everybody. Where are Qorvex's strongest soldiers? They all came out of the wood and then vanished like smoke. It's because as time has gone on, people have had this conversation more and more, and they have now come to the conclusion that Nova was right. Every single time you go to the Reddit, there's now a distinctive split between the Redditors who hate Nova Umbral and the Redditors who agree with him reluctantly. It's kind of funny. You can almost view it as like Nova is like this revolutionary who had this grand idea. They came out with the weapons, but due to the short half-lives, they immediately vaporized. And the damage is still done. The thing is, right? The people who have continued to hate on him, people actually decided to play the Warframe they were defending and then realized he was actually dog shit. Well, here's the thing, though. They're not even fully gone because Nova still gets the remnants of these people's comments in his modern videos. People shit on him to this day and tell him to apologize to the Warframe community and come back and for his shit take and just admit that Qorvex is the fucking goat, and he still gets comments like that to this day. To this day, he still gets harassed. Redditors didn't even try disagreeing with him, they just kept shitting on him personally. They also kept lying about the video. A lot of people misunderstand or misrepresented that video, and when they got their hands on Qorvex, they started saying the same things that Nova was saying, but then still said, well, I still disagree with how Nova said it. He said the same fucking thing. It's really funny. There are people who will literally look you in the fucking keyboard. They'll get on Reddit and they will say with their full chest, well, I disagree with Nova Umbral, but after playing Qorvex, here's my thoughts on him. And then they literally just recite the points that he made in his video. They quite literally just remake Nova Umbral's video for him. After saying, I disagree with Nova Umbral, he went about it in such a bad way. You were right, but you said it in a mean way, so I disagree. And the thing is, he didn't even say it in a mean way. He didn't even say it in a mean way. He was so fucking respectful the whole video, and they really just came out to fucking eat his ass for no reason. It was ridiculous. Was Nova not entirely constructive? He was! He was so constructive, and he was like, here's what we could do different. Here's what I would change. Here's how I would fix this. Here's how I would do that. He was like giving Qorvex the benefit of the doubt, explaining why it still felt bad, like why it still played bad, this, that, the other. And he would explain like, I know that this is how it's supposed to work, but this is what it actually does. And was just like super constructive with the feedback and the criticisms, and the whole fucking comment section and the whole YouTube sphere and the whole Reddit sphere turned to eat his ass alive. And you know why? It's because of the thumbnail. They saw the thumbnail, rage commented, and didn't watch the video. And there's proof of that. That was what my pinned comment in that video was about. My comment under that video was, you can literally tell that most of the people who are mad didn't watch the video. Here's a summary of the video. That's literally my comment. That is my comment. You can tell people didn't watch the video. Here's what actually happened. And I had 1/10 of the hate that was flung at Nova Umbral. 1/10 of his comment section was replying to my comment thread. Because they were just so fucking mad. They were so mad at the thumbnail and nothing else. The CIA would blush at the psyop it turned into. It really did become a fucking psyop. It was insane. Redditors can be monsters at times. Dude, I just saw a post recently of apparently some Redditors like tracked down this guy and ruined his life because he was criticizing Helldivers. So like he issued a challenge to the devs and said, "Can you do this thing? Because I think the weapon balance isn't very good. So if you can do it, then I won't complain. And if you can't do it, can we have a conversation about weapon balance?" The devs didn't take him up on it. And so in response, the entire subreddit doxed him and then harassed him and then ruined his life. Not even that. He wanted to do a charity event. He wanted to do a charity event? He wanted the devs to play their game and they fucking ruined his life. It's like shocking. He wanted to do a charity event, brother. You're trolling. Jesus Christ. He was ruining the vibe. Yeah, honestly. Honestly, he was ruining the vibe. Our team is playing for vibes, okay? That's what that makes me think of. Our team is playing for vibes. Oh my god. Turn my frame rate back up.
Okay, you can turn off Minecraft, by the way. I'm done.
Okay, I can turn off Minecraft? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god, my iron farm is almost full. Well, actually, sorry. It's almost halfway full. Damn. Alright. I will turn off Minecraft. And now I can stream properly because I can activate Rivatuner and I can have good frame rate again. Those same people then say spread love and positivity. Well, yeah, they also prevent you from criticizing the things that they like. You're not allowed to criticize anything that they enjoy, and if you do, then you're an evil bigot or a Nazi or whatever. You're a fucking evil person, right? It's the same tired shit that we hear all the time. There we go. I can have a real frame rate again. Oh my god, I can be a real boy. Oh my god, I have frame rate again. Ooh. Nothing feels better than finally turning your frames back up. I'm realizing you guys don't have frames. You guys don't have frames at all. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. You guys don't have frames for shit. What happened here? There we go. Stream doesn't seem to think so? Yeah, apparently the stream doesn't think so. Hold on. I think my frame rate limiter hasn't caught up yet. There. That should be better. The stream is very happy. Yeah, sorry guys. I cranked my frames up all the way. My bad. My bad. I cranked my frame rate up to max, forgetting that I was streaming. Sorry guys. Welcome to my slideshow. Today we're playing Warframe. So, we watched the Amolistic video, right? And one of the things I wanted to do after watching the Amolistic video was I wanted to prose a Qorvex rework that I think would save or fix his kit, right? Something that I would do to make Qorvex better. What would I do to fix all the problems in his kit? That's what happens when you don't prepare to get fucked in the ass by a... Bro streaming from the time dilation. Guys, I fixed it, please. Great conclusion. Qorvex is bad, thanks. So true. So how would I fix this guy? How would I fix Qorvex? Alright. Thing number one. I would actually start with his third ability because I'm starting with his passive. The first thing I would do is I would take his third ability and I would put it in his passive. That's it. This ability just now has a 10% chance per radiation status to give you and all of your allies 1 charge of status immunity. Make it cap at 10. That's it. You can keep the punch through if you want, because it's literally not a stat and it doesn't matter. It makes no difference on Qorvex. If you wanted to keep it, if you want it, like, doesn't matter. Take his third ability, remove the fact that you need to cast it at all, leave it at a cap of 10, and radiation kills give you a charge for status immunity. You have to wake up at 4 in the morning? Congratulations, Sage, and have a good rest, homie. But put this ability on his passive. It's active all the time. Every time you get a kill with radiation, you build up charges, you know, or however, you know, you keep the same exact thing. And you just remove this ability. You just remove this ability entirely. It's gone. It's done. I would also take his fourth ability, and I would make it his 3. I would reduce the energy cost of the base ability from 100 to 75. Right? So far we're all on the same page? And I would remove the radius fall off from this. Honestly, I wouldn't even change too much from this. I would just remove the damage fall off. That's really it. Because this does scale to deal decent enough damage. Mandanel legit better than his kit, no cap. I agree. But I would just, like, that's how I would do this. That's how I would treat this, right? I would, like, just remove the energy cost from 100 to 75. And probably remove the fall off. Put that on his third ability. Put his third ability on his passive. We have fixed about 1/4 of Qorvex's issues, because the damage scaling is actually decent if you build it properly and you do everything right and you group correctly. If I grab the Cyotid and I group the enemies up super tight, even if I go like let's go like really hard, let's grab Exo Gokstat officers, which these guys are pretty beefy. Actually, you know what? No, we're gonna grab Manic Bombards. These guys are super beefy, right? So we're gonna grab Manic Bombards, and we're just gonna group these fucking guys. Oh, right. I should probably pause their AI, actually. Hold on. I forgot to summon them. If I group these guys up super tight... I forgot how these guys work, I'm not gonna lie. I thought I could group them with the Cyotid, that's my bad. If I group these guys up super tight... Right? And I hit him with the fuck you beam. Oh, I don't have the channeling on. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I actually really expected this to be a lot better. Hold on. Maybe I should get the augment. They can't be radiated? Oh, they can't be radiated. Okay, so not those guys. They can't be radiated. I genuinely thought that I was just trolling or something. I was like, wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Maybe it needs more help than I thought. Okay, they can't be radiated. That's my bad. I trolled. Oh my god, he can't use the fucking thing because of the punch through. I can't use the thing because of the punch through. Brother, you're trolling me. Okay, maybe I would get rid of this fuck-ass passive. There's no way. I'm sitting here like, why isn't this grouping? There we go, sort of. Oh, this is so... There we go, fuck. That's bad. There we go. So when these guys are grouped up super tight like this, right? It's not so terrible. That's what I wanted to show. Man, that... Okay, maybe the punch through should be... Maybe the punch through should be evaluated there. I did not expect that, I'm not gonna lie. I did not expect that. Nice damage. I mean, considering it's like, this is like a really brutal scenario and you group the enemies up nice and tight, it has potential, right? Anyways, I wouldn't change the 4 damage-wise is what I'm saying. I wouldn't buff it, I wouldn't nerf it, I wouldn't change it damage-wise. Because realistically, there's kind of an upper limit to how you can get this to kill with its certain mechanic. If I were to do anything about it, like I said, on reducing the energy from 100 to 75, another thing you could probably do to this ability is you could probably reduce the duration it takes for it to start exploding. So do you notice how when I press the ability, there's a delay before they start exploding? You could probably reduce that initial delay, and that would probably really help with time to kill. That would probably make a significant difference, right? At least in my eyes, that's what I would probably do. Also, maybe do something about ragdolls breaking the whole thing. And also maybe remove the knockdown for the explosions. Or the stagger. The stagger for the explosions makes the enemies spread out, which kind of defeats the purpose of your grouping tool, especially when you have a really shitty grouping tool like his 2. Like, this 2 doesn't really work so well because the enemies get staggered and they start, like, moving away from each other, which then defeats the purpose. Do you see how they're spreading out? That's, like, counterintuitive to what you want. And now I'm left with a situation where after using my grouping tool, all these enemies are in a massive radius around me. So, realistically, I would probably do something along those lines. Do you think the punch through is fine? Agree to disagree. Because that's way better grouping. Armor strip is the only good thing about the 2. Yeah, except you need to put an augment on, which takes up a mod slot. And also, on top of needing an augment, you need strength to do that. Because this only starts at 50. So you don't have room. Like, you need this. And if you need this augment, and we're already struggling with efficiency as bad as we are, like, I have positive efficiency on this guy, by the way. Like, we are not in cooking territory. To cast it? Brother, at that point, you're asking me to spend... How much energy are you asking me to spend? Think about that really quickly. Also, fuck. I need to, like, do this. I need to, like... Hold on. I need to find, like, the ideal way to use the Sciotid here. It just passes through all of them. God. Punch through is so bad. It's like, I need to do this, then that, then this, then I gotta strip again, then I gotta do this. In that amount of time, I could have just started whacking on them with my melee weapon and insta-killing them. Three punch through is a lot, but also not a lot. Yeah, it's... I don't know why this even has punch through possible on the... Oh, whatever. This augment is bad. It's really expensive to run a setup like that. It's just bad. It's just not good. I would rather fucking anything else, like efficiency there. So, we've done 2 things so far for my suggested change. Put the 3 in the passive, make it active all the time, fuck the passive. Put the 4 in the 3, reduce the cost of it, and remove the fall off, I would say. The next change I would make, the base range of this ability, I don't know who thought it would be a good idea. Or, can I see the base stats, please? Thank you. The base range of this ability being 8 meters, the fact that this has a slow, but the slow is basically nothing if you don't dump strength. Right? Lost Cree, we just went over the whole... We just watched the whole Amolistic video. I don't know what I would do to change this ability. Honestly. Honestly, there are so many problems with this ability. I think the number one thing, though, is that the radius for this ability needs to go up by a lot. The base range on this ability is just fucking pitiful, and is, like, pretty much the number one reason you have to put as much range on this guy as you do. It's also tied with this, right? I think what I would do for the first ability is I would change it to be more like a bug zapper. I would make it so that when enemies shoot this, it pulses out with radiation and enhances their damage to this bug zapper. Right? So this bug zapper would be like an enemy, but it has a higher aggro draw. Right? And the idea would be that you could now use this to control an area and distract enemies a lot better because they're shooting at the bug zapper. And in exchange, they're radiation priming themselves harder, meaning they're taking more damage, meaning, you know, it's a cyclical thing, right? That's probably what I would do for this ability. I would probably make it so the actual pulse wave radius just scales with maybe the distance at which they were hit, so it could be dynamically adjusted. Or in other words, just like a reflection damage. So if an enemy's really far away and they're shooting at this, they'll still get hit by it. Right? And as they get closer or something, maybe there's a modifier or some shit. I don't know. Something like that. I would make this a bug zapper. You could also make it, right? Hear me out. Since it's like a bug zapper, maybe this initial radius that you have is the radius that you can shoot into it to enhance its damage or some such shit, right? Think of it like that. So you can shoot into it, and you can make it deal like statuses, or increase its fire rate or whatever, and the enemies can shoot into it, and they can increase the damage or some such thing. There's quite a few things that you could do with this first ability to make it better at crowd controlling enemies, and better at doing the whole purpose of the ability, right? Whilst also still dealing a decent chunk of damage without it being outright broken. And I think a bug zapper is the way to go. It also aligns with the idea that he's a radiation frame, because the whole point of radiation, if you don't remember, is that it distracts enemies and it makes them damage themselves. So think about that. Qorvex has nothing in his kit that makes enemies damage each other aside from the radiation status itself, which doesn't even work that good unless you're far away. If I go really far away from these guys, they're going to start damaging each other, right? And as soon as I get close, they're going to start switching aggro, and I'm going to start taking damage. I'm not even that close, and I'm still getting targeted over here. That guy had 10 radiation stacks, and he still decided to target me instead. So clearly, he needs something a little bit more radiation-oriented to kind of keep his area control stronger. And I think the bug zapper method would maybe be a lot better. This is the average fucking enemy spread that you're dealing with, by the way. Enemies spread out so fucking far. And you're done, so. GG. Oh yeah, you're locked out of pressing buttons when you use your 2, by the way. Which also, I would kill that. I would kill the second ability. So I'd probably change the first ability to be something like a bug zapper, where they shoot into it, and they damage themselves, and they're distracted by it. And maybe you could do something where if you shoot into it, it does more radiation procs, or it does some kind of priming. Some kind of thing to redirect damage, right? Because Qorvex, radiation, redirecting damage, that should be what you're doing. So you should be able to interact with this like a bug zapper. As it is currently, this thing sucks. That's what I would change about the first ability, right? I thought about it a little bit. Bug Zapper. Okay. So my changes again. Third ability, new passive. Fourth ability, new third ability. First ability, Bug Zapper instead of slowing enemies. So far, we have changed a lot. The biggest fucking change, I'm killing this 2. I'm killing this 2, I'm getting rid of it. This 2 fucking sucks. This can be literally anything else. This can be anything else. It can be a heal. It can be a shield restore. It can be an armor buff. It can be an armor mechanic. It could be an iron skin. It could be literally anything else. You could fucking give him an ember meter, an immolation meter, and it would still be better. And Ember's immolation meter is like the worst part of her kit. You could give him literally anything the fuck else. Anything else. This ability is awful. It is horrific. It is so bad. This ability is terrible. You are completely immobile while you do this. You are completely vulnerable to damage. You are locked to the ground. You're stuck in place. Everything about this ability sucks. The grouping on it doesn't scale in width. It scales in length, which you will never be able to utilize because the base length of this ability is insane. And the scaling width of it is nothing. There's no width. This is the worst grouping that there is. You are moving enemies. Look at the width that you're actually moving enemies. You're moving enemies this far away. From, hang on, let's see. From that spot there to that spot there. That's not a grouping tool. My projectile is half of that. That's 1-2 projectiles back and forth. I'm covering the same area. That's not a fucking grouping tool. So, I would remove this ability entirely. This ability would be gone. No more of this ability. That's a big projectile. It is a big projectile, to be fair. But, like, you're not even making it like a chaining beam weapon. You're not even changing the enemies you're chaining to. You know what I mean? Like, hold on. Let me grab the Tenet Glax. If I have the Tenet Glax... Oh, shit. If I have a Tenet Glax here and I'm shooting these guys, and then I use the grouping tool, I'm hitting the same number of guys. Like, what are we talking about? You know what I mean? Like, this is awful. And by the way, Tenet Glax benefits with a lot of punch through. And this is the extent of that. So, clearly this second ability is a fucking dumpster fire and a waste. I would nuke this ability no contest. Exogok Stat Officer, there we go. What would I change for the second ability? What would I do to fix this? I think number one thing that I would do, because there's just no grouping enemies with this fucking ability. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. Please. Please. The enemies are only getting farther apart. It's just not even worth using. You could change this to anything. I think what I would probably change this to is some kind of healing mechanic. And I would probably change this to, kills on irradiated enemies restore some health or some armor, or like you get an iron skin. An iron skin would be fine. Just give him another fucking iron skin. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like anything. Give him fucking anything to survive. Anything to tank, anything to armor tank, anything to heal for persistence, anything, right? Just literally anything. So I was saying he's just making another Warframe? Pretty much. I'm reskinning the abilities and I'm putting them in different places. So like the third would go in the passive rack because you just joined. Third goes in the passive. The fourth goes into the 3. The second would be changed into a grouping tool. And the first ability I would change into be a bug zapper type of deal. So that it doesn't slow enemies, but instead it draws their fire and does some like reflect damage to them or some shit. That's what I would do, right? That's what I would change about him. And now for the fourth ability. We put the fourth ability on the 3. We have an extra rate. We have an extra slot here. What would I do with this extra slot? Here's what I would do. Qorvex is a nuclear warframe. He's a nuclear reactor, harnessing the power of radioactive decay. So you know what this fucking guy should do? He should function like a nuclear fucking reactor. Hydrogen bomb. You know what I would do with this guy? You could make it so that he dumps his fucking energy bar and does a shit ton of radiation nuke damage and leaves a radiation hazard field on the ground in a massive AoE. Or just, you could basically set it so that it's like a toggleable aura and you go into nuclear meltdown mode. And your nuclear meltdown mode, you become invulnerable, but you start literally just fucking decaying everywhere. You fill this space with radiation. You set enemies on fire. You corrode their armor, right? So what would that look like in gameplay? Here's what that would look like in gameplay. In gameplay, it would be somewhat similar to Uriel's 4, a little bit. But instead of being an instant cast, it's a channeled ability. And basically all you do is uncap the radiation stacks on the enemy. And once the radiation procs on the enemy surpass 20, they start suffering additional radioactive effects. So they start suffering like reduced max HP, and they start suffering armor strip and heat procs, and fucking they start melting to the floor. Like, you start actually becoming the horrifying concept of a nuclear meltdown. And the ground gets covered in like an elephant's foot texture. And just like you become the nuclear fucking... What's the difference between 1 and 10 of rad procs? The amount of damage the enemies deal to each other. It's the amount of damage, it's a multiplier log. You could make it a slow aura, you could make it like genuine radiation poisoning. How do you combine this idea with the laser, though? Dude, using the laser would just fucking supercharge them with a shit ton of radiation, and they'd start suffering super fast. What do you mean? If you go into nuclear meltdown mode and you're you're melting down, you're like 100 max stacks of rad procs, something insane. He needs some DR to help him survive? Fuck it. Put that on his nuclear meltdown mode. Make his nuclear meltdown 95% DR, and it constantly drains his health or something. And the constant draining of your health is how you like meter the ability. That's what you could do. So the idea would be like if you build a shit ton of raw health into this guy, which you want him to be a health armor tank, right? So hold on, think like this, think like this. You want him to be a health armor tank. Arcane persistence exists in the game, so he's putting on persistence for free. So now you're having him build a shit ton of base health. That then synergizes with the fourth ability being a nuclear meltdown, where you reduce your max HP so long as the ability is on. In exchange, everything around you is just literally melting and you are the fucking walking nuclear meltdown. conceptually supposed to be very overpowered, so it should be something like this. He's radiation. He's a fucking nuclear meltdown. You can even make it so that enemies that are killed while they're irradiated generate a shit ton of energy orbs. You know why? Because he's irradiating them with a bunch of excess energy. Fuck it, sure, energy orbs. Why not? I don't care. Fuck it. And you can just make it so that, like, his health just naturally regains its maximum as the ability is off. Or, like, his third ability will offset it and it'll refill his max HP or something. Like, any kind of synergy like that, right? Like, anything, bro. Anything. Give him anything. Make him do something. Please. And that's it. That's how I would fix Qorvex. Get rid of his fucking third ability. Put it on his passive. Get rid of his second ability entirely. And make it some kind of fucking armor tank or some kind of something. Some kind of health something. Anything. Literally anything. Turn the 1 into a bug zapper. Turn the 4 into the 3. And then make his 4 a walking nuclear meltdown. That's what I would do to Qorvex. And until that happens, I'm not playing this fucking guy. Because he's a shit frame and he sucks. What do you think about Qorvex, babe?
I don't know. I've never played a guy.
Nev, please, I need this. My Qorvex is kinda explosionless. Bro. My Qorvex is radiationless. He doesn't feel like a nuclear meltdown. He doesn't feel like radiation. He doesn't feel like a nuclear reactor. He's just mid. So there you go. That's what I would do to Qorvex. HP percentage detonation is a lazy solution. Make Qorvex 4 sight Sobek. Real. What if his laser made it execute enemies on a percentage HP threshold and it would make them explode and spread radiation like acid shells? I mean, I think that's a bit uninteresting personally. I'm not a terrible fan of that concept personally. Make radiation damage vulnerability also high. Is Seva's 2-1 combo fun for you? I'm gonna say no. I'm not the biggest fan of the Seva 2-1. It's fun for like 30 minutes. And then after that, I'm like, okay, don't let Omega hear you say that. It's just like, it's good. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you it's bad. You can move tech while doing it, and you can just fly through a map and just go boom, 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 and everything dies. But I'm like, after 30 minutes, I'm like, the appeal of press button enemy die is like, it's not satisfying. Gara's is satisfying to me for some reason. I find Gara's to be very enjoyable, and I think maybe it's just because it's sweep and it's slow and it deals damage, as opposed to being like, oh, the enemies all died. It's really good, yes, but it's not really playing the game. Yeah, and I don't know why I feel like it's different for Gara. I feel like Gara's is very satisfying. aesthetically pleasing to play Gara. Dude, look at my Gara. Does she not look fucking gorgeous? Like, come on. The fashion here is insane. I'm so happy with this fashion. She looks fantastic. She looks so cool. Imagine playing Warframe. So true. Love the teal. I do too. I think it suits Gara very nicely. Exactly your point. That's why you're disputing the opinion. Yeah, I would realist one here, always MLAD. I guess so. I wouldn't die on the I wouldn't die on the Acid Shells hill, personally. Do I think this'll work? Probably. You got a Prey of Dinar build with Roar. This looks very similar to a build that I would use. Although Energize, Steadfast, and Streamline is a bit interesting when she just makes a bunch of orbs with her 3. You could save yourself 2 Arcanes by running Equilibrium. And pick 2 Strength and Duration Arcanes for comfort. Or 2 melee Arcanes, or a melee Arcane and a Strength, something like that, you know? Because your Roar is a little bit weak. There's a base continuity instead of primed continuity, which I imagine you're doing because you don't have space. So if you're running this because you don't have space, then I think you're just low on formas. I would drop Cunning Drift for Equilibrium and then change this energy solution. Somebody get the Varuna mecha set. I mean, yeah, he's missing the mecha as well, which mecha synergizes really hard with all of this. I'm unsure why Ready Steel. If you're doing a Prey of Dinar build, I don't think Ready Steel is necessary because you're never going to use this because mecha is just going to do everything for you realistically. No need for Streamline when you have that Arcane that gives you strength and efficiency for status. Yeah, there's the Arcane Impetus. Arcane Impetus. This Arcane is a lot of efficiency and a lot of strength for status, and you just get tons of that on Varuna. It's just always capped out at 13, which I think it completely replaces Streamline. So you could even with that argue to not use. Well, I guess if you have Equilibrium Shards, it's up to you. Press 2 and win. Quite literally, press 2 and win. Especially with mecha. I believe my Varuna, which I think Dot Stick is the one I have. I don't even know. I don't even know anymore. This one. This Varuna is what I run. Impetus Augmented Mecha. I have a little bit less range, but you don't need it because Prey of Dinar is so good. And then I have Precision Intensify for the Roar, and I actually have negative efficiency with Equilibrium. So I went for a lot more strength, a little bit less range because you don't really need it, and Impetus because you're chilling. And this combo, like, you can just literally run around and just never have problems. What if we introduce the microwave status from the new core into Qorvex's kit passively? Microwave doesn't do anything. It makes enemies' body parts bigger, which is funny, but I don't think it's necessarily good. It adds a status effect to CO. It does do that as well. Microwave does count as a status effect for CO. Let's really quickly pop into Alua, and I might as well just crack a singular relic. You want to do Alua survival with me, babe?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Let me put up Warframe.
Oh my god. Wife playing Warframe. What if we make the 4 a Mandanel buff, but in a sphere with decent range? You could do that on the first ability augment. You could do that because you're doing the Bug Zapper 1 and that's a sphere ability, so you could do that instead. Act like a true Warframe cell. Raven, I hate to tell you this, that's my fiance. That's my wife. I don't gotta act like a Warframe cell. She's dating a framer. She's dating a Warframe player, and we're gonna get married in July. I used the Warframe Riz to capture her heart. Isn't that right, babe? Babe?
I'm gonna call you the N-word.
I agree. The Q slur.
Yeah, the Q slur.
Not the Q slur. Anything but the Q slur, please. Oh, god damn it. Oh.
If not Q slur, I'm calling you the F slur.
Oh no.
Framer.
Framer.
Framer. Hard R.
That's crazy. Babe, I'm on YouTube. You can't say that.
Okay. Soft A framer.
What's up, my framers?
Okay, I'm in the game.
Wife is in the game. Let me invite my wife to the game. There's my wife. Look at that. Pinned to the top. Pinned to the top of the list. Oh, I should change my amp, huh? Do I care? Not really. Yeah, why not? Alright, babe, we're grinding random relics, yippee. No, you can't take this, you have to take Qorvex? I refuse. I refuse to take Qorvex, actually. Lavos! With a mecha! Double mecha? Oh, jeez, the enemies won't know what hit him. Lavo Prime.
Oh, I don't even know what I have on.
Just loading for the love of the game.
Yeah, when in doubt, just choose Lavos.
True. Okay, there it is. And the whole room dies. You see? You press your thing and the whole room just explodes. Ability, and the whole room will die.
Oh, you're not playing Qorvex today?
Why would I play Qorvex? There's no enemies nearby. This is a tragedy. There we go. Everything dies. Constantly. I missed somehow. Okay. Like a proc. Everything dies.
Oh, I have a cat on. This is not a mega dog.
That's okay. I still benefit from the ore mod. It's fine.
Ooh.
I'm out of energy. I'm no longer... Maybe I'm out of... It's okay. I will get a melee kill, and then I will no longer be out of energy. I'm now no longer out of energy. So there you go. 2 Warframe players for parents. That kid is doomed. Hey, hold on. Hold on now. I'm making it illegal for my household to be playing Warframe, alright? Everything is dying to gas procs. Good old Varuna. Oh, there they go. Ned would flip the house upside down if he found his kid playing Warframe. Who fucking gave you this? Who fucking gave you the login to this fucking game? Was it your fucking friends in school?
I bet Nova Umbro showed them Warframe.
Nova Umbral would show our kids Warframe. That's why he's banned from the house. Oh, there's a thingy here. Where's my wife? Where is she up? Oh, I got like a... Oh my god, and then he went invuln. Well, there he goes. There we go. 5 gifties. Very cool. There's a nullifier there. Waiting for a gas cloud to take over so that I can kill that guy. There we go. Oh shit! It's Mania! Ah! Goodbye. You guys can see just how, like, ridiculous this strategy is for Varuna. It is just obscene. Just completely room nuking constantly. The kid would be cracked at algebra just to calculate everything about Zada's Whisper. Josh got paid today, W. True. Means the kid has to subscribe to your channel to watch Nev despair. You had 10 gifties ready and paid, but Google scammed you? That sounds cringe. How did that happen? Oh, my thing isn't on. Of course it's not. Do you need help over there, babe?
Oh. Yeah. Okay, my chips are not working.
My health bar. Rude. So there you go. I know you were trying to use Varuna. This is my Varuna build. And it does very well. Another 5 gifties. Thank you, Big Josh. And at this point, I'm just on Big Josh's payroll. Big Josh, you want me to start spreading propaganda for you? I'll start saying, you know, I'll start saying pro-Indian things for you, homie. I'll just start spreading the word, the gospel, you know? Say negative Indian things? I can't do that, I'm white. They'll get me canceled. This guy wants me to fucking lose my career, man. It's okay, APAC funds him. No, Big Josh is on the APAC payroll. No. My wife running away from me because she's trying to get kills.
Oh, should I stay in the egg sack?
Nah, it's okay. I was just like, damn, there's no enemy spawns. I wonder where everything is. And then I look at the map and you're like in Narnia. Like, oh, I see. Do you have a rework proposal for Qorvex in written form? That was the original intention of this stream, was just to get my ideas out, and then I'd work on a written form like I have for Octavia. Or not Octavia, sorry, Equinox. Because I wrote down my Equinox one and I sent it to you guys. I don't think you guys ever commented on it, actually. I don't think you guys ever gave it too much of a lookie. I was fairly happy with it, though. What? I don't have lockdown. Hang on, I'll use my... I got you, babe. I'll just keep you involved. I'm gonna use my tower on strike. Lure him to me! He dodged the fucking tower on strike. It's so over. Damn. If only it didn't take 12 business days for that ability to activate. There we go. Oh, Grendel part. You should make a rework thread channel so it's clearly visible. I could. Big Josh, I also just realized you cannot say that in my chat. I'm removing that message. Cannot say that. Any primary synergies that work well with Varuna? Aside from her own, I mean, realistically for Varuna, like, combo duration primaries are decent. Ah, I still didn't fix this. Ah! There we go. There you are. You know, one thing that they could change for Varuna would be the visibility of what enemy is marked with her fucking first ability. It's not exactly clear, in my opinion. Wow, that was a big move. What the fuck? Go off, babe. Damn. Want to buy enemy spawns? What the fuck?
I know, right?
I went over here and I'm like, surely my wife is hoarding all of the enemies. Get a lot of cold procs on Varuna. Ugh. Buzzlock to synergize with her 3. Buzzlock is great. Love the Buzzlock. Oh. He spawned on you, babe. I'm on my way. it's these guys. Is the bite mod crit chance for claws easy to farm, or is it like a super ridiculous chance? I farmed a lot of them, but they're not really easy, I guess. I don't know. Enemy highlights as a band-aid fix because it doesn't even look good. True. Fair enough. Just try to transmute for it? That's crazy advice. That requires so much credits if you don't have a lot. If you're like a more casual player, that's quite the investment log. That is brutal advice for somebody who does not have the credits in Endo. Or the credits in mod supply to transmute. Because that's like, you have to do a bunch of index for those rare mods that you have even a fraction of a chance at getting it. You know? What the fuck? Oh, that's a toxin guy. Bruh. Run Earth Sabo, murder every dog. There is a drop table you can run that isn't just farming the companions, because the farming the animals is like where the super low drop chance comes in. It's like a really pitiful drop chance. Which enemy has the mark? There's no enemy that's marked. There it is. Yippee! Everything nuke. On average, you need 33 runs of Sabo to get a bite. 33 runs of Earth Sabo's not bad. That's a little more than half an hour for a bite. That's not terrible, honestly. Compared to transmuting, that's like... At least it's like probably the same amount of time if we're being honest, but instead of actually playing the video game, it's the same amount of time doing nothing. At least with Earth Sabo, you can do something. Does Loot Radar show caches? Yes. Buy it or transmute? Yeah. Why are you my marked target? Awesome, I love my abilities getting turned off. Range and ability strength doubled. Wait a minute. Jump off the map. Quickly. Double range, double strength. Oh, baby. Where is Torment? There, I see. Thinking of Jolt? Thinking of Jolt. Dude. The one enemy kept fucking hitbox blocking. Oh. Well, I just trolled.
Ah.
Oh. Wait. I can use my tower on strike. I can use my tower on strike. Let's go! Woo! Hold on, babe. I got this.
Okay, okay.
Guys, prepare. Prepare for the greatness of my tower on strike. I'm gonna long range revive my wife. What the fuck? It didn't work. What? Okay. Sorry.
I got scammed.
Yep. You got scammed. What happened to having a long range revive? What's the point of that ability? I'm so confused.
Maybe range not long enough.
Isn't it supposed to like revive across the entire map?
I don't know.
Man, what the fuck? DE moment. Hey, this guy's still around. Oh, I left the area so he stopped doing the challenge. Oh, I don't have to pick up where I left off, I don't think. Or do I? I don't know. Okay. Oh my god, it's a vortex! What? You reset. Shit. Oh my god! It's explosions!
If I have a
He's doing the vortex attack. Oh my god. No. Shit, I trolled. Have I not? Oh, I've broken this one, I guess. Okay. I really can't tell which. I think this one I still need to break. Yeah, that one's free, so it's just this one.
husband, just let me here die to malice.
What did I do?
You just let me die to the attack point.
Listen, I'm dealing with the puzzle, all right? I unlocked a great treasure for us, babe. It's very important that I do this puzzle. Do you still need help with the acolyte? Do I need to come?
Yes!
Okay.
I don't have a melee from Amalis!
Okay. Alright. Let me come help you out here. I'm on my way.
Fucking Toto, I'm gonna fucking lock up Warframe. I fucking hate playing with you.
What did I do?
You pissed me off!
Piss you off? Days without pissing my wife.
You still haven't gone past day 1, by the way. It's been 4 days.
I did a puzzle to get us a cool mod, and you're mad at me over it. I can't believe this. This is high-level drama. Use the bike tech? True. Doesn't it, like, permanently attack at the bike? Isn't that a thing? This proves nobody uses Nidri because nobody knows what it actually does in a real mission. That's what it did when I was playing with you. Yeah, I remember. We can leave this mission whenever you want, by the way, babe. I'm just vibing. My brain is off.
Okay.
Whenever you want. There. Now I can properly tell what enemies are highlighted. I feel like that setting wasn't tested with enemy highlights. Well, that's awkward. I can't kill this guy. Oh. There it is. Want to buy Mecha Mark. Another violent spawn. Oh, this one's on me. That's awkward. Hey man. Go away. Go away. Wow. I can't get a glass proc on this guy. This is so awkward. Go away. There we go. Hold on. Come over here. There we go. Qorvex Gaming, so true. Ammo, did you like the thumbnail, by the way? I made it hoping you would really like it. Because it was so silly. Qorvex when he pressed 4 when the Acolyte is around. Real. I was really hoping you would find the thumbnail entertaining.
We are leaving.
You're leaving? Okay.
Leaving.
That is A-okay with me. Let us get these lax strats. What? I'm on my way. Two Luathrax plasmas. Very silly thumbnail for real. I thought you would fucking get a kick out of it. Beating the dead horse. I was like, yup, this is genius. I'm a genius individual. Anyways, that was Veruda. That was my very high octane, high quality Veruna gameplay. Not bad. And here is the build that did the majority of the heavy lifting. This was pretty much all of the stuff that you saw. I rarely meleeed just occasionally to kill things. This was my, like, just everything dies setup. It's kind of funny because it's almost impossible to utilize Varuna's kit when you run a Prey of Dinar build, because, like, Prey of Dinar is just so good at killing everything that there's not really anything you can do. Like, Fangs of Raksh Dinar synergy is just like every enemy is always dying constantly. Say that to Qorvex. Yeah, ever since the buff to Varuna's 1, it's like, oh, this frame is kind of overpowered. Hmm?
Hmm?
Oh, I thought you said something. What time is it on Plains of Eidolon? Day ends in 33 minutes. Cringe. Hmm. Cred offerings. I could get more Nighttime, but I don't think I need it. I don't have the Wolf Howl emote? I didn't even know that was an emote. Pangolin Sword. Mastered and crafted. Okay. Oh, you know what? I could play some Railjack. Awooga? I guess so. You want to play Railjack with me, babe?
No.
Okay. Does any of my chat want to play Railjack with me? You know what? Where is... I wonder if Lichborn is online. He is not. He doesn't like Railjack 07? She? He or she? Which is it? I have no idea. I didn't ask. So that's a genuine question. Yeah, I need to finish forming my Railjack to be all Omniformas. I have 2 more slots to finish. She? Okay. You will if there's an open spot? Yeah, fuck it. There's 3 open spots. There are 3 open spots. I kind of want to try changing my Railjack captain from Lavos to Protea. As much as I like Lavos, Protea has kind of very goated with the sauce Railjack ability. And so I'm kind of feeling it. You know what I'm saying? You feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? You'd rather sty? I would not, for various reasons. I want to try Neru's Railjack Protea because her Railjack Protea is really interesting to me. And I think the premise of it is something like this with a bunch of duration. Maybe like this. I don't want to go negative range. $16. Is that long enough? Maybe with this. And then a decent strength investment that doesn't blow my efficiency out. Because I want efficiency, right? I want some efficiency, I should say. Oh, right. I need one of these. And unironically, energize would be good, I think, for the setup. More strength, please. More strength. And maybe casting speed, I think I need. Has to be nourish. How many lightning rods do I got? Light. That's why. Polarity. Light. 103 unranked, 1 flawed, and 2 ranked, apparently. Maybe parkour velocity. Now that I'm thinking about it. I saw the parkour velocity, and I'm like, you know what? That would actually be decent to put on her. So I might need to omniforma her a bit. What else is parkour velo? Your parkour sprint speed. Your parkour aim glide. Parkour energy. I don't think I need nourish log because I think this should give enough energy. Honestly, what I could do is I could actually do concentration instead because I'm cycling for the plus 100 strength on this, and I could just try to squeeze more strength. I almost want to try energy conversion in some way, but not worth, I don't think. Power drift isn't worth. I don't have any shards in Protea, so I can very easily just, like, I think 3 Tau yellow will be more than good enough. Is this really all there is for strength? Just a Mars and power drift? You can get the AFK penalty for driving for 1 minute. My dispensary is only 50 seconds long. So that's perfectly fine. Also, I don't think you can get AFK penalty for driving anymore. I think that was fixed. I think that was fixed a while ago, if I'm not mistaken. That sounds like a really old bug. Unless they brought it back. Maybe parkour was the correct play. In which case... $20 parkour velo, which is better than... Well, this is actually better. It's 24. So this might be better, which means I need a forma. But this can go here and it leaves me 5 caps. So I think I just go Omniforma, 1 and 1, and maybe another Omniforma. And to make Railjack Protea. I could temporarily do Steel Charge for capacity. And with 9 capacity, I could do... I don't know. Power Drift feels cringe. It's only 15. Both of these are cringe. I guess I don't need to worry too much about it because I'm going to also be move teching because I've got the Vacor sight on, which I am going to change to Good Weapon actually because Good Weapon moves a little bit easier. And I've got good speed on this. Can I squeeze more attack speed? I don't think I can. I think I've got all the attack speed ones. Bright Bonnet Railjack. Bright Bonnet Railjack would be pretty solid because instead of nourishing, I have an additional energy source and a strength source. And I'm putting that over my... Blaze artillery? I think so. Config D, right? Me when Jade can give overshield to the Railjack. Yeah, Bright Bonnet Jade also sounds really strong. But I think Bright Bonnet in general is just going to be good. I think I go over Blaze Artillery. I keep the grenades. And then I give her like a shit ton of casting speed. Like maybe even 4 casting speed shards. And what else? Maybe just energy filled on spawn to make life really easy. So like 1, 2. I could also give equilibrium shards, but that's probably overkill. Let's give 4. I feel like 4 is good. Because her 4th ability cast animation is crazy. And I could either do energy filled on spawn or equilibrium shard. Or just energy effectiveness. I guess it doesn't matter. It's not going to matter for this setup. It'd be too much time to pull out the art gun and then do that shit and yada yada yada. It's like, it's too much. Too much investment for what we've got going on here. I think I'd much rather maybe just want like just this, right? Because what's my spawn energy? 440? Oh, 440 is not actually bad. Wait. No, start missions with 120. Starting with 440 is way better. Yeah, that's worth it. We've got I have an Invig strength Uriel. Jesus. Strength reload speed Uriel. That sounds nuts. I just saw status immunity Calervo. Jesus. Status immunity Calervo. Strength Uriel. Anybody else want overkill subsume? What was the Wukong subsume duration? No, melee crit chance. And 1,000 health. Jesus. Alright. My worry is that my Anki core won't be strong enough. But maybe I'm just overthinking it, hey? You just need to pull the RB once and then you can maintain it? Sounds like a pain in the ass. Oh, it's Nira this week. Fun fact, you don't have the invigoration segment. Oh, you should get that. It's not very expensive, all things concerned. It's fucking Railjack's not even SP? Yeah, but the enemies there actually have health weighted differently. So that's shields. 1, 2, 3, that. Oh yeah, we get hella energy actually. Waiting for Baby Wolf to get out the boat. There we go. Oh, your ability costs still go up as you spam the abilities, so it's not like super free. Interesting. There's just so many orbs to pick up. I guess I can dome charge really quickly. Yeah, that's the other thing. I'm getting out of the pilot ship enough to not be AFK anyways because of this, right? Should I save this for that and then do that? That seems about right. Let me get over here for Baby Wolf. You should probably teleport to the ship, Baby Wolf. There you go. Did you already talk about Qorvex? Yes, we talked about Qorvex quite a lot. We yapped extensively about Qorvex. Oh, right. When you first start, you don't have enough dome charges. That was 2 to 3 hours ago if you want to check the VOD. That was like... That's started 2 to 3 hours ago. The actual Yap sesh ended less than an hour ago, I believe. Wow, Protea just gives a fucking insane amount of energy with this setup. I can just spam abilities, just no problem. Referring to the start? Yeah, the start was like 2 to 3 hours ago, yeah. That's not what I wanted. There we go. You know what I should do? Nidus Spectre. I think that's phase. Yep, phase is Nidus. Keep on launching missiles at everything. That extra casting speed is so worth it. Dude. My Seeker keeps going to that guy instead of to the enemies out there in the distance. CNAV, you weren't getting the orbs while driving? Brother, my energy was full. My energy was completely fucking maxed out. I was out. Were you talking about that one segment where I wasn't getting enough energy to cast the abilities? It's because the abilities cost over 500 energy. Because the abilities scale up in cost the more you cast them, and then they like slowly cool down. You're pretty sure one of your clones got hit with a rad proc and killed the other one. That is a dark day in the Baby Wolf universe. I guess you're right. It did go AFK there. Because I didn't pick up the orbs till after I left there. That's so fascinating. I thought they fixed that already. But I just watched it right there. I had just enough energy to step out and pick up the orbs. So I guess just leave every minute to do dome charges, which is fine. That's not very hard to do. And just spam like crazy while it's not inactive penaltying me. There's nothing really stopping me from just doing this while I'm still picking up orbs. Oh no, it's just that you can't pick up orbs at all while in the ship. Interesting, you just have to leave to pick them up. No, because I picked up orbs there. I wonder what causes you to get the inactive penalty. I wonder. See, I'm picking up orbs here. I wonder. Oh, too fast. Oh, maybe it's just because I'm getting too much ability duration, hey? Maybe. Also, sorry, baby wolf. I'm on my way. Oh my god, resources galore. Okay, no, he got it. Okay. You just unlocked Steel Path. You're feeling a bit lost right now. Well, welcome, welcome. Maybe I can help you out. What is it that you're struggling with most? Damage, surviving, or something else? I'll help you diagnose your problem a little bit. Where's my dome charge? Where's my dome charge? Okay. Well, I have one dispensary when you can have two. True. You wish you could unlock Steel Path? You're not good enough at the game yet. I don't know about that. Steel Path is not... It's a learning curve, but I mean... It's not that bad. Honestly, you're fine, man. There's no more shit to dome charge anyways. Typically, when people are struggling when they first get into Steel Path, it's either... Your Titania can survive and do okay damage as long as you stay in pixie mode, but you don't have enough energy economy to do that, so you die once or twice per node. Can casting speed affect railjack abilities? I don't think it affects the cooldown. Interesting. Okay, there goes that. Energy economy, huh? Typically, the higher level you go, the simpler the energy economy solutions kind of get, because there's just one energy econ solution to rule them all, and that's equilibrium. Equilibrium converts health orbs into energy orbs, and health orbs are just stronger than energy orbs by quite a large margin. So the TLDR, Energy Econ Master, show us your wisdom. The TLDR is that as you kind of progress, you go from really struggling with energy economy to everything uses the same energy solution, to exploring the rest of your options, back to everything uses the same energy solution. As silly as that might sound. What about Zeneric Wellspring? Yeah, if I wanted to waste my entire operator tree, I would recommend Zeneric Wellspring. But unfortunately, I actually like my viewers and don't want them to deal with the dog shit that is getting Zeneric noob trapped. Zeneric is a noob trap. Health orbs are dropping very rarely for you most of the time. You're dropping energy orbs. That's because you're not utilizing the tools that force energy orbs to drop. Or excuse me, force health orbs to drop. Orb spamming, in general, is a very simple, like most things in the game just spam energy orbs. You know? Take pot shots at that. There we go. My poor railjack is getting obliterated by the missile battery. I'm gonna really quickly pop that out, pop that out. You okay, babe?
Going to bed.
You're gonna go to bed? Okay. I love you, baby.
You.
Everybody say goodbye to my wife.
Mm.
God, that animation is so long. You have officially learned the missile battery hack points. That is good. On frames other than Titania, you're having a damage issue. You lack enough damage to survive. So I'll run you through the basics of like how to deal more damage. But realistically, your survivability and your damage are kind of linked intrinsically. Also, I think we got enough. Yeah, we did. We got enough XP that I can back out and not worry about it. Because I can put a Buppa Beepo on my Protea. But yeah, typically your damage and your survivability are related because you're taking less damage if you're constantly killing shit, right? Also, I will do that so that I don't constantly yap my wife's eardrums to death while she tries to sleep. I'm like looking through my Discord now. What did you guys send? 250 messages. What in the shit? Okay, whatever. Give me IGN, let me help. I don't know about that. Okay. So. Allow me to introduce you to the fundamentals of dealing damage. Dealing damage is not that complicated. It seems harder than it is, but it really isn't. Let me do this really quickly. Before I forget to do this. Omniforma. Bonk. Bonk. Doing damage and don't die is related. No way. Shut up, Log. Shut up. You're such a dork. You're a nerd. I gotta make sure I don't accidentally overspend my Omniformas. I have a mod slot now. What am I gonna do here? I don't know. This? Yeah, sure, why not? I don't care. Okay. Okay. I'm like speed clicking around a bunch of menus. I'm like fucking click. I'm gonna get people banned because everyone will start using exploits. I don't know about all that. I don't think Log is a exploit leaker. Okay. Samaru. How do I do more damage? Meanwhile, no mods are ranked up. 5 out of 8 slots even have a mod. True, that is a problem that people run into. Okay. Let's start from the very, very beginning, which is just basic loadout building. Okay? If you want to deal damage in this game, you have to not think about things in terms of their individual strength in an isolated bubble. What does that mean? Well, the way I construct my loadouts is the way I tell everybody else to construct their loadouts, which is that every part of your arsenal should do one thing, maybe two at most. So, for example, you should have one weapon that is dedicated to specifically getting rid of, like, difficult to kill enemies like Eximus units and acolytes and specific targets that just absorb a lot of damage, right? So one of your weapons should be something that is just a point and click delete button that just vaporizes one fucking guy really goodly like. You know what I mean? And typically these are your high crit projectile weapons, but not always. So like Paragale is a good example of just a single target delete key. This just removes an enemy from existence. Just one fucking guy. It does like infinite billion damage. It does like a stupid number, but it's really for like one target, right?
Copy.
Oh, hold on. Hi, babe. I muted because I'm yapping. I didn't want to keep you awake because you said you were going to bed. You want to just stay unmuted?
Oh,
I can stay.
okay.
I can stay unmuted.
Stay with.
Yeah, I'm still here. I love you.
I love you.
All right. I have officially turned your volume off on the stream as well, so you can say whatever you want now. You can call me the N-word. I'm right here. Okay, sorry about that, chat. Anyways, one single target weapon that's like meant to just fucking take somebody, pluck them off the face of the earth, and just blow them up. You were told you have an insane skill issue since your Natteruk is dealing 1k yellow crits and 25k orange crits in SP Earth enemies. So, the other thing I'm going to tell you is that the damage numbers themselves, realistically, like, the thing is, right, enemy health has been nerfed and nerfed and nerfed and nerfed and nerfed. So what you care about is less the damage number and more what happens when I press this button a couple times and these guys die, right? Like, I press this button and these guys die. The damage number doesn't really matter all that much. Because as I continue to do this, and, like, let's say I just keep building combo, and I use, like, an ability synergy, like, I group these guys in, I do this, and then suddenly they're dying in 2 hits, and you're like, whoa, what the fuck? The damage numbers, get them out of your brain, right? You don't need to think in terms of damage numbers. You just need to think in terms of what kills shit, right? Or what's working. You don't need to think like, oh, I need to go from 25k to 250k. Who fucking cares? Genuinely, who cares? Like, realistically, every enemy has a different health bar anyways, so focusing on making the numbers bigger will only take you so far, especially as you get deeper into levels, right? Like, the numbers are not the most important part of how you kill enemies in the game. The way you kill enemies in the game is through mechanics, interactions, synergies, and using multiple tools at once to do things. You don't kill things by just like, oh, I made my number bigger. Your number being bigger doesn't actually kill the enemies. The enemies die because you remove their health bars. And doing that does not just mean make number bigger. That's part of it, but another part of it is utilizing status priming from like corrosive viral to make their health bars smaller. Utilizing synergies to make your damage more effective, right? Like, for example, grouping these guys up into a puddle like this makes them much more organized, and it makes it easier for me to deal with them. So realistically, you can enhance your DPS by not worrying about making the numbers bigger, because you should instead be focusing on making your kit complete and cohesive. So let me go back to what I was saying originally. Okay, my YouTube just gave me an error for no reason. I love YouTube. You should have multiple parts of your arsenal doing different things, right? So you should have something that's a single target fuck you delete key. You should also have something that specifically clears out trash units. You should have something that gives you some kind of utility or some kind of support. And then you should have something that is like a primer or like a pre-buffing weapon or something that like sets you up beforehand to deal more damage, right? So, like, a good example, like you talked about the Natteruk. What is the Natteruk actually good at? Natteruk is a high crit weapon that has multi-CO. That, in and of itself, is very powerful, and you can make this weapon deal a bajillion damage. Right? You can make this weapon hit like a fucking truck. But in order to make it hit like a truck, you kind of have to utilize a bunch of parts of it, like a bunch of synergies and stuff, that make it hit like a truck, right? So, like, for example, I'll even show you here. Let me get a Grenier Bane, which, do I have enough space? I do. Hold on. What do I have on this build? Hold on. I think it's a bit awkward because this is really old. I don't touch this weapon for shit. You can see I haven't touched this weapon in a long, long time. We can take this off for some space. We can keep that, I guess. I don't really feel like Elec is necessary, but maybe it's fine. I guess if I were to do anything, I don't need this, I want that. If I were to do I'm gonna find, so it doesn't matter. So maybe a 60/60 mod for status. Crit damage. I have crit damage. Status chance. I don't know. Just a 60/60 mod. Or, no, status damage. What am I talking about? Status damage. There we go. That's just a multiplier to use. Why not? Sure, this build is probably fine. I'm not really overthinking it too hard, because realistically, it doesn't matter. It's going to deal Ooga Booga damage. You're going to see Ooga Booga number. Here. Let me go ahead and turn damage numbers on, just to show you. So, like, your your Nataruk, right? When you use it, it's not going to be like the craziest thing. Oh, I don't have fire rate. That's what I need on this thing. Holy fucking guacamole. Well, whatever. You can see, like, just like this, we're already hitting a couple million damage. That's not bad. We've got longbow sharp shot. We're getting, like, big numbers, right? Big numbers, big numbers. But realistically, what's going to make this thing do insano numbers is when I go like this, I activate my Mesa ability. And actually, that didn't really hit as hard as I thought it was going to. Why didn't that hit as hard as I thought it was going to? 9 million? What? Huh? That's not correct. Also, I need fire rate on this fucking thing. Fuck this mod. I'm just killing them with initial damage. Fire rate. Whatever. Actually, speed trigger's better because this is a body punch through, so it doesn't matter. This thing should be hitting for a lot more than 9 million. Like, just off the cuff. This doesn't matter because I'm using whatever, so I can put that there, and I can get... this doesn't matter either, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, what matters is this, so probably that, and that. And that does that. That makes that number better. 5 million is nothing, or 9 million is nothing, though, for this build. What are we talking about here? Even this alone should be more than 9 million. Is the Nataruk just dog shit? Surely not, right? Hold on. Am I crazy? Surely the Nataruk is not dog shit and I'm crazy. F3. Nat. What? What? Oh, I'm dumb. That's why. Perfect and charged is both multiplicative, CO. Uncharged is additive. Huh? What? Because just based on the numbers alone, this should be hitting way harder. Like, surely this weapon is not ass. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to test something really quick with the Synta. Nataruk inconsistent. Nataruk being buns? No, wait, Nataruk is buns. Surely not. Let me just really quickly get like a kill. Get a second kill. So like, Nataruk, right? No, my Synta hits 2 bill. What? Is Nataruk just buns? Nataruk's only real strength is multi-CO and infinite body punch through, which is not even real infinite body punch through because it doesn't do like mag bubble shit. Because you just saw my Synta there hit for 70 fucking... Well, you didn't see 70 bill, but I know this thing hits for 70 bill because I crunched the numbers on it and I grabbed the log file from it. Log in Warframe? So like even though you're seeing damage cap, it's 70 bill. Right? And like these are like whatever Ooga Boogas. Did Nataruk get shadow nerfed? I'm more curious as to like what is going on there, you know? Cause okay, the reason my Mesa makes my Synta hit like a truck, right? The reason this works Did I just not have Gaptitude installed? Am I like super dumb and I just wasn't paying attention? Natteruk. Gaptitude. It's right there. Huh? Huh? Why does this suck? Why does this suck? Is this weapon just bait or something? I'm so confused. Because the whole reason this weapon hits like the way that it does, I'm not even doing a charge shot. I'm doing I'm not doing a perfect shot, by the way. I'm doing a charge shot. I'm doing this one. This weapon is like basically the same as the Natteruk. This is my... I didn't even have a Bane on it. I didn't have the right Bane on it. Huh? Dude, low-key, maybe just say fuck the Natteruk. Because this is like... Okay, hold on. I have to like... I've got to be doing something wrong, right? Hold on. So like, let's see. Let's just pop this down. I can't even do that. What am I talking about? Let me take a screenshot. And let me hop on over to the Natteruk and literally copy it bar for bar. It couldn't be Acuity doing this because the MS should be more than strong enough to like the thing is, right, the reason this projectile hits so hard is because of the okay, we have to like get a little creative here. We still do use crit delay on that one, which is fine. I'm more interested in getting this in here. Instead of like, what do I even have on you? Because Acuity shouldn't be making it like making that much of a difference, realistically. Vital set, everything's a little bit scrambled. I hate when I have to mod like this. So this I could rob. I can't actually. It has to be this one, which is fine because this is weaker anyways. Makes sense. Crit chance, crit delay. Let's just see. You sent me down a rabbit hole here because I'm like looking at this and like there's no universe where this is bad. I was gonna turn this into a tutorial to help you out, and then I'm like, wait, is the Natteruk just dog shit? Maybe Urshi's just the Natteruk. Wanna buy raw damage? Wanna buy raw damage mods? That's what Mace is for. Surely not. Maybe I should try full charging. Hold on. Let's try full charging. 337. Whoa. Okay, hold on. Maybe the perfect shot is the problem. 292. Okay. I think the Guncio chart is wrong. And it's not multiplicative on the perfect charge shot. No, it is. Okay, it's just, I guess it's just Acuity, question mark. I don't know. That's still really pitiful. 300 million damage is still really bad. It is multiplicative. I'm just brain dead. Yeah, there you go. 300 mil. Okay, I guess I'm just trolling. Dude, I guess the Natteruk is just really bad. Oh, I forgot to release the Duntana. Ballistic battery is not modded damage. You guys are all incorrect on what ballistic battery is, which is really funny to me. Really expected the AoE to be bigger than that. That's insane to me that the Natteruk is just not doing what you would want it to do. I am so confused by this. Isn't it Arcane Avenger? Holy shit. Okay. Ballistic Battery, chat, for all of you guys who are like, what is Ballistic Battery? I don't get it. Ballistic Battery is a flat damage number that happens immediately after Serration. So, Ballistic Battery basically replaces your modded base damage, because your modded base damage is pittance in comparison to 20,600. There is no weapon that has the base damage 20,600, even with a bajillion Serration. If you have a weapon, and if you put on a bunch of Serration mods and you get 20,000, then you don't use Mesa. Otherwise, you use Mesa. That's why I'm so shocked. Because this weapon, with its 5.3x crit damage, should be hitting with a 4x damage multiplier on top of that. Guncio, with a base damage over 20,000. Just try it so you can tell us I told you so later. What? Your face when Jade is 1400% Serration. 1400% Serration on 1700 damage is still smaller than 20,000. Mesa's 1 is a ridiculous base damage value because it starts at 5,000. Ballistic Battery makes the Buzzlock alt-fire deal damage cap, not even the actual bullet. Yes, we did that on stream before. That's why I'm surprised the Nataruk is not able to utilize it. Because we made the Buzzlock this fucking Grineer weapon where this projectile has a base of 10 damage. This beacon that shoots, right? This fucking thing? That thing that just did 42 to that guy, that has a base of 10. We made it deal damage cap on this stream. That's why I'm flabbergasted right now. One of these is Mesa. Probably this one. Probably. That's why I'm like, why is the Nataruk being so shitty? First off, let's kill a guy real quick. Just get this farmed up a little bit. Okay, there's that. You're gonna go. You see that? That Buzzlock alt-fire just did 1,000,000. Not even including if I were to use autos here. That's why I, like, 10 million there, right? That's why I'm like, what are we talking about? That's why I'm like, huh? That's why I'm like, there's no way the Nataruk is this dog shit. Surely there's something wrong. Bruh, Lamau. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm like, if the fucking Buzzlock alt-fire is hitting harder than the Nataruk, surely there's a problem with the Nataruk here, right? Surely. Surely the problem is, in fact, the Nataruk. So forgive me if I'm a little bit... I interrupted my lesson for this because I was like, I'm going to show you how to deal damage, and then I pulled out the Nataruk and was just offended by its sheer lack of numbers. It's gotta be bugged. There's something wrong with it. That was 1 billion damage on the Buzzlock Altfire. So I think it's safe to say that the issue is maybe the Natteruk not interacting with Mesa properly. Okay, well, whatever. I'm not gonna beat this horse to death. I'm just gonna continue my lesson. Anyways, I guess my new advice to you is not to use the Natteruk and to use the Coda Base Assist. If you want a weapon that also has multi-CO but covers a gigantic area, just use this. Just use this fuck-ass massive bullshit weapon. Forget red clit slop. We need to inform that it's bugged. I don't even think it's bugged. I think it just sucks. I'm coming to that conclusion, but whatever. That's neither here nor there. Anyways, just use like even Tenet Arca Plasmor works. Dude, Tenet Arca is free. Tenet Arca is nuts strong, right? Like if you want like introductory like how do I get into level cap? How do I get into high level content? How do I get into Steel Path, right? Oh, I don't know how to kill things at Steel Path. Bro, literally, like, don't even sweat. I should probably kill some guys to get multi-CO on, actually. Hold on. There we go. You know what I mean? I'm using Mesa to kind of cheat just a little bit here. Just to showcase, like, big numbers. But, like, you don't even need Mesa for shit like this. I think it's just it's probably bugged to not be utilizing the thing correctly. Or something's wrong. But okay, let's get into actually dealing damage. Basically, I interrupted myself. Back to the lesson. Hopefully the homeboy's still here. Back to the main point. The idea is you don't kill things by just shooting a big number out. I got distracted because the big number wasn't working, but whatever, it's not important. You don't kill things by dealing big numbers of damage. You kill things by utilizing synergies and interactions and combos and stacking those interactions together. Okay? So for example, Tenet Arca Plasmor, right? Tenet Arca Plasmor is a really powerful weapon. However, it becomes even more powerful in the hands of somebody like Mag. And you might say, Mag, that's a starter frame. Yes, she is. She also has this really cool bubble ability. And this bubble ability basically makes it so that if you have a projectile that hits enemies multiple times, it spins around and it does a lot of damage. And it turns that bubble into a blender. And you can take this a step further. Right? And the reason that does a bajillion damage is because of the synergy and the interaction that's going on there. This weapon, all by itself, is already fairly strong, and it kills enemies pretty decently, right? It's like, oh yeah, that's killing stuff pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty okay. We're getting, you know, hundreds of thousands of damage per shot. We're not priming, we're just shooting. That's fine. Whatever. Yeah, sure. It's not an offensive weapon at all. It's good stuff. However, this weapon shines. I need to not have the bubble in the floor. There we go. When it's in a mag bubble. So the way you kill shit in this game has nothing to do with the numbers. With galvanized acceleration becomes a sniper? Yes. It has nothing to do with, like, numbers. It has everything to do with synergies, right? Mutulus Cernos is a really powerful weapon, also has multiplicative CO, right? This is a Mutulus Cernos setup. However, what really makes the Mutulus Cernos strong is when you run it with Mirage. Because I think it's this Mirage. Yes, it is. Because Mirage has access to these clones that have a bunch of multi-shot and access to a really big damage multiplier. And when you put these two together, there we go. She just shreds. This is really good for, like, melting single target things. And she just evaporates shit, right? Everything just dies. In a big, lingering AoE. Everything just dies. And that has to do with weapon synergies, right? Weapon and frame synergies, frame ability combos. For some reason, my Mirage clones aren't transparent. Lol lamau. Or Contagion. Yeah, Mirage also has another option, which is Contagion, right? I searched the word Contagion instead of Zaw. You've probably seen this a million times, which is Mirage with Exodia Contagion, which is like free Ooga Booga damage. Right? These things hit like really big numbers, and then it's like, oh, look at that, and then conk, oh my god, look, a bajillion damage. Wow! Wow! Ooh, wow! It's like, whoa, big numbers. Cringe? I mean, if you're starting out and you don't know how to kill shit, there's like a bunch of strategies that exist that don't revolve around like, oh, I hit a big number. It's, I'm utilizing this piece of gear, and this piece of gear, and this piece of gear, and they're all working together to make a synergy happen. Right? Another good example. Banshee just has an insane damage multiplier. And certain weapons that deal electric DOT, like the Quanta, can double dip on that damage multiplier. It's always about synergies, right? And the synergies are what lead to the big numbers. Whenever I can hit this guy's weak spot. All right, whatever. Fuck that guy's weak spot, I guess. There we go. That guy's got a weak spot on his arm. It's a bit hard to hit. There we go. That guy dies. You know what I mean? It's never about, like... Let me get this guy in the head for some ammo efficiency. There we go. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, electric can double dip on that. So suddenly my beam weapon is going to evaporate these guys for a bazillion damage. Because Banshee Sonar hits like a fucking truck. There we go. Some of these guys have really janky weak spots, so it's usually better to just focus on somebody else. They think it's tech when they first find it too. They think they're a pioneer. Not really. Well, yes, people often think they're a pioneer for looking at like unpopular strategies or whatever. But what the average Warframe player will tell you is like, just run something that never dies like Revenant, right? Because Revenant never dies. And then just run a strong gun that kills everything like the Torrid, because the Torrid kills everything. And then that's it. And it's like, what do these two do to each other? What does the Torrid and the Revenant have in common? How do they enhance each other? How do these interact at all? The answer is they don't. You just have a guy that doesn't die because he has a fuck you immortality button, and you have a weapon that does red crits. That's not a synergy. That's not a cohesive build. That's not putting parts together. That's not making a full build. So if you want your builds to do like a bazillion ooga booga damage, the mods on the screen, right? Like these things, these are like less than a third of the message. This is like less than a third of what the actual build does, right? I could go over to that same Quanta build, and I could go take off like 3 mods, and it wouldn't actually really hurt the time to kill all that much, because these are level 200 enemies anyways, and these are all level cap setups. These are all setups that I've taken to fucking the moon and beyond, and I still kill shit like it's nobody's business, right? Because realistically, what's happening is the synergy is more important. The interactions are more important. What the weapons are doing to interact with each other is way more important. Sporothrix Mag is another really good combo. Sporothrix Haro is a good combo because it's a headshot weapon, and it's a headshot Warframe, and it's just loaded with headshot synergies, right? Like, the base assist in Haro is a really broken one. Gara with any grouping tool, like the grouping secondary, is really strong. What are some good ways to force life orbs for equilibrium? Honestly, realistically, companions are just so overpowered at just doing that. If you want to literally never run out of energy ever, and you want to never have an issue, then like the Death Cube Sentinel not only spawns a gazillion health orbs, but also energy orbs with every kill assist. Where is my Death Cube? He's this guy. There we go. So you set him up with the, I think it's the, what's the AoE heat weapon? Is it the Volcax? Is it this one? Titania disables companions. Honestly, for Titania, you just shouldn't be draining that much energy. Because I think for all of my Titania builds, it's like even on this one, I never run out of energy. But I guess it's just, like, Titania's so efficient. You know what I mean? Like, like, Titania just has so much efficiency going on that you don't really need to worry about it because, like, your drain is, like, 1.5. And as long as you're killing shit, you're fine. And this is with a really high strength Titania, by the way. This is a super high, like, 200 strength Titania is really high. You have equilibrium shards, energy effectiveness shards. Yeah, you've got shards. Can you link the build? Yeah, go for it. That's my IGN up there. You can link it. But also, you're using Titania a little bit differently than I am, because my Titania is specifically for, like, speed running. But, I like that my Titania, I was too lazy to reforma any of these slots. I just said, fuck it, and put steel charge. Instead of formaing any of these, like, whatever. Or getting an Umbral Forma. Umbral Forma would be really nice, but whatever. Can't be bothered. Like, shit, even this Titania should be solid. What? Oh, I need to invert my buttons. It's not terrible. Although, I am now unable to get headshots because blast procs and Zadas. There we go. That's not terrible. And, like, if you look at my energy drain, there's no way I'm running out of energy anytime soon, right? Thermal Sunder, Master, Zada, Mold, Energize, Munition, Evade for Titania. Yeah, you've got a lot of good options for Titania. Let me really quickly tap hold. Titania. Inverted, please. Thank you. Forgot that's a thing. My settings got reset earlier, and I had to change all my keybinds. Oh, motherfuck. Here, we'll go to the relay so I can take a look. You need to farm that Arcane for Titania. Pistolier? Pistolier is so worth it. Honestly, for the Dex Pixia, like, there's a really strong argument for... See, I have Fortifier on, but that's because I use this Titania on, like, relatively low level, like, early Steel Path. If you want to go higher, I would say Enervate's probably better, right, Log? Or would you do Encumber? I feel like Enervate, no? Pistolier mandatory if you're using the Pixia? I can see that. I use Fortifier because I just Immortal Titania, but if you want damage, then Enervate is the obvious answer, right? And then you don't go crit chance, you just go crit damage, yeah? Enervate always better. I mean, I like the Fortify. Oh, you know what? No, you're right, because you don't need to have Fortifier anymore. Because you can just have it on fucking, yeah, whatever. Yeah, I have that on my Archon build, which the Archon build might be arguably stronger. No, I think this is stronger. Oh, this is my Acuity, though. For Zadas. Anyways, let's take a look at what you got going on here. See, like, these right here are just, like, not worth it for you. These are just dead mod slots, because you shouldn't really be getting hit. Low-ranked Pistolier. That hurts to see. I'm sorry to see that, but it's better than nothing. Narrow-minded is fine, because you don't really need range. You don't have any subsumes going on as well. You have 2 free ability slots to subsume over, which I would do. It's perfectly fine strength. I wouldn't push it. Precision Intensify is pushing it, actually. I wouldn't even... Honestly, if you're going to run Precision Intensify, take off Blind Rage. You know what I mean? You probably don't need this. But I would... This third ability can just go for something else. And then I would change these to be something slightly different. Realistically, you can get away with... Precision Intensify is fine. That's what I'm saying. Instead of Blind Rage, just Precision Intensify. Because you're too much strength. You don't need that much strength IMO. Because if you're stacking these, like, you'll be fine. And then you have an empty arcane slot to take advantage of. You could give yourself damage, you give yourself shield, just give yourself anything. Even if it's like a worthless arcane, it's better than nothing. And then for your Dex Pixia, yeah, Enervate missing is where you're going to be struggling there. And then for you, Galvanized Shot, Hornet Strike. So these two mods are additive with each other. So I wouldn't add these together. I would have one or the other, right? If you don't have any statuses going on, then Galvanized Shot's not really worth anything, and you can take it off. If you do have statuses going on, then you can take off Hornet Strike, right? I think since you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's always going to be better to G-Shot over Hornet Strike, just at base. So you can just take this off. And then, honestly, I would go for the crit damage and Enervate setup. Archon / primed flow for the comfort. Yes, yeah, you were struggling with your energy economy. I would say that your energy economy is probably because of this right here. You could give yourself an energy economy arcane to help yourself out if you don't have primed flow right away. If you don't have primed flow, you can also get Archon flow. I usually hate recommending Archon flow because it's very expensive. Doesn't have weapon arcanes. Yeah, I'm seeing that because you're early into Steel Path. Well, he's early into Steel Path, which means he can start unlocking them. But I hate recommending Archon flow because Prime flow is just better. It's cheaper for the same effect. Archon flow is really a bad gimmick. It doesn't do anything. But I think your bigger issue is that you don't have a subsume. I'd take off the third ability. Especially if you're running no range, then this isn't grabbing any aggro at all, so it's just not worth grabbing at all. Archon Continuity is good if running Blast Tox and you're running Blast Elec. Archon Continuity. Yeah, I can see that. Especially if you don't have, again... You could subsume on Roar. Realistically, for the Dex Pixia, Zada's is better than Roar by a lot. By a long shot. Pixia can proc Archon Continuity. Yeah. Archon Flow and Archon Continuity, which, I mean, I hate to recommend Archon Flow. But, okay. So, I'm going to show you something really quickly. Look at the damage this does, right? It's not bad damage. That's okay. Here's with... what's it called? Zada's, right? I missed a headshot. That's okay. I missed another headshot. I'm bad at video games. You see that? You see 200 and something thousand damage on those headshots there? And if I... See how fast that fire rate is? That's 500,000 damage a shot. That's 2 million damage right there. I recommend getting Zada's Whisper. Zada's Whisper is very strong. You aren't really trying to kill with status damage? Roar is subpar then? Yeah, pretty much. You need to rank up your little duck to get the gyro mag for Zaku? Understandable. That makes sense. Also, so to be fully transparent, the reason I recommend Zada's Whisper, by the way, is because it has a synergy with Acuity where it's going to double dip on the bonuses on this mod, which makes it multiplicative on the second time it dips, which is very powerful. That's going to combo with Enervate and a Blast build. Right, if you have Blast instead of Elec here. I've got Elec going on because I have a different Dantana. But you'll also notice that because I have Elec and only Elec, I'm using Hornet Strike instead of Galvanized. So I've got a bit of a different setup going on here. Totally don't go as Client, Titania, Enervate. Totally don't try to stack to get infinite damage. Yeah, real. Guys, whatever you do. Guys, don't do that. Real. Don't get infinite damage. What you use instead of Blind Rage? Dude, honestly, more duration or more efficiency. Give yourself comfort. The reason you're running out of energy is because you're negative efficiency. Fuck that. Give yourself efficiency. You'll never run out of energy. My Titania is draining at 1.5 a second. If you can't generate an energy orb or a health orb every, what is that, 30 seconds, then, like, you're in trouble, you know what I mean? Like, you've got other issues going on if that's your problem, you know what I'm saying? Because, look, like, I'm gonna hit this. and what would be 100 energy just spent, and like, you know, I don't even have equilibrium on this build. I'm not even sweating about it. My energy's not moving. I'm chilling. I'm getting more than enough just existing as Titania. Just the occasional energy orb. I'm not even running equilibrium on this setup. But again, my Titania setup is like a speedrunner Titania, so I typically play like this. There's like the speed that I fly around at, and then I'm flying through missions. So I use Titania a little bit differently. That's also why I have preparation on there, so I can start missions and just have energy. Now you have efficiency. Try that. I mean, try that. You'll probably stop running out of energy. Remember when I told you that, like, the way you kill things isn't by chasing big damage numbers, right? That kind of extends to how you build as well. So, yes, the number gets bigger when you use strength on this, right? If I were to put strength on here instead of, like, anything else, yes, the number gets bigger, right? Like, oh, this gets bigger. But you have to think about the consequences of doing that, right? The number gets bigger, but then what else is happening? Are you actually increasing a multiplier? Are you increasing an interaction? Are you, you know, like, for example, the reason Zados, like, you would want strength for Zados, because on Zados, you want to, it's acting as an additional deeper multiplier for, like, a bunch of other stuff that you're redipping on, right? Like, Zados is going to redip on your Bane mods a bunch. So you're going to want to have, like, specifically with Zados, you're going to want Bane mods. I don't have Bane mods on here because I don't really have room for them, and the Archon doesn't have a Bane. But for anything else, you're going to want a Bane mod in there. So fucking find spot for it, you know? I think... Honestly, Elementalist can go, because I'm not really killing with status damage. Well, actually, no, I'm doing Blast. Blast kills status damage. Honestly, this can go. I don't need this here. This can just go. And I can put on Bane mod. Or maybe this can go. This is worthless. Fuck it. There's a lot of things that can go, actually. I'm looking at this. So I can go... that, and then I can fit a Bane mod, because that's just like whatever. Boom, there we go. Right, do something like this. You run 2 casting speed shards. For my Titania, it's 2 casting speed and secondary crit chance, which these are actually suboptimal now. You can just take these off. These don't need to be here. You were about to start doing Veilbreaker, but accidentally made a Lich. Did you fuck up? Liches aren't that bad to deal with. Liches are... Does your own crewmates or ally crewmates give more experience to Sentinels? Which doesn't matter at all. Yeah. These shards are basically fucking... I can just take these off. These don't exist. Because Enervate exists. So, those don't need to be there. They're literally... I just haven't pulled them out because I'm lazy, and... whatever. Honestly, let's just feed my helmet a little bit. Where did I get all of these? Oh, I didn't. They reset my stuff again. I love when my settings reset, dude. It's awesome. I love having reset settings. It makes me so happy. I'm happy. Chat. I'm happy right now when that happens. Yeah, these can go. Whatever. Don't care. Hashtag don't care. Honestly, what would I even put on here? What would I even give you? Maybe... I don't know. Fucking health regen, who knows? Actually, health regen isn't even that much of a meme for a couple of reasons. Namely, Netracells, which is where I use her. At least it's a Grattler Lich. The percent is not too bad. 46% cold. Dude, Grattler Lich is fire. That's very nice. Honestly, you know what I could do? I could give myself max energy on spawn and then remove preparation. And with that mod capacity on multiple builds, I can do a couple of things. That's kind of ideal, hey? I should do that. I could also do one more casting speed shard just because I have the space. Have the shards. You want to do some arcane farming for now, then you'll deal with the Lich? Solid. Solid. Mod config, kit gun. That's a kit gun, alright. Pack Seeker. Doesn't Orge have shield regen on blast kill? No. Here's why this sucks, Tom Flesh. Here's why the orange shard is bad. You notice how I have every shard except for orange? There's a very good reason for that. These shards are fucking awful. The 5 regen when you kill an enemy with blast doesn't work to give you overshields, and also doesn't work if your shield gate is on. Which means that on top of only triggering when you get kills, it only triggers when you're already generating shields. Which means that this is a completely dead shard. The best argument for this is on the orange shard for max health, you can get a lot of max health, which can make certain health tank setups for persistence. You can make persistence builds a little bit easier with this. Otherwise, these are basically nothing. They're worthless. There is the crit chance shards, which are decent. I have those on a Mesa build that's specifically meant to be like a gunslinger Mesa. But, like, that's it. That's the only frame who can even utilize that, realistically. Like, the regen on blast is dead. The ability damage on radiation is the same multiplier as the one that you get for corrosive, so you might as well just use the corrosive. Except Enervate exists. Well, with Mesa, her modded crit is at least strong enough that you can argue that it's better to get the consistent orange and red as opposed to getting yellow to orange with extra mod slots. But I mean, it's arguable. Enervate Mesa is fairly strong, to the point where I would say that the orange shards are probably not worth. Best shard is red is the ability strength. Yes and no. Titania doesn't need more strength. You still can't believe Arcane Aegis existed inside of one Archon shard slot. I'm going to tell you this, honestly, it was only really overpowered with one ability, which was just incorrectly function. It was just functioning the wrong way. And after they fixed that functionality and they changed it, they should have just... It should be able to trigger even if your shield gate is up, in my opinion. Because now it's been nerfed to be kills instead of on blast proc. And also the bug where the one ability was infinitely proccing blast has been fixed. And it doesn't proc blast infinitely anymore. And blast got changed after that as well. So now that all those things have happened at once, I think it's totally fair for you to just, like, whatever. Also, I'm curious about this person's profile. Let's see what kind of player they are. MR14, okay. Volt Starter, interesting. Let's see. Zaku Enjoyer, but Zaku Prime. In fact, all of your frames are Prime, pretty much, except for, like, your very earliest frames. 0.2% on Banshee. That's offensive. Banshee's a great Warframe. I love Banshee. Hey, you've got a long ways to go, actually. Honestly, what I would recommend you do is get more Warframes at your disposal and get more arsenal going. You know what I mean? What weapons do you rely on? Starter weapons. So you haven't even really bridged out of starter weapon territory. I'm actually really surprised you're even getting into the steel path, because realistically, you've got a long way to go as far as, like, expanding your arsenal and what weapons you have. You can run Zorus Volt. Yeah, but Zorus is boring. Yeah, these are all, like, super early, super starter weapons. You haven't even gotten, like, more of the high synergy stuff and more of, like, the interesting... Oh, these being low is... These are a really good primer weapon. These are great primer weapons. But yeah, these are all like very low MR, very low ranking weapons that don't have a lot of like juicy stats for you to exploit and take advantage of. Like realistically, I'm looking at this. I think your issue isn't even that you're maybe unprepared. I think it's just that like you as far as your mod ranks go and whatnot, right? You actually are fairly. You've been leveling and junking all the market weapons. Yeah, I'm noticing the dojo weapons are a great place to get started, you know? There's a lot of really good dojo weapons, especially in the infested area. The Convectrix is a really good, like, early weapon just for, like, just beaming something to death because it just loads a bunch of statuses on. So, like, Xmas units, Demolishers. Well, I guess Demolishers are no longer an enemy type that you have to worry about. But, like, actually, I can't even recommend the Convectrix anymore because now that I think about it, all the enemies that it's as good against is, like, whatever. But yeah, there's just a lot of interesting weapons that like there's a lot of like synergies going on that you're missing out on, right? Like a lot of stuff that you can just explore and experience. Quelor is a great weapon. Shadu is a great weapon. Stalta is a great weapon. Let's see, melee oriented. Yeah, there's the Vacor Sidon even as opposed to the regular Sidon. Vacor Sidon has this really cool build, which I think is actually fairly approachable. Well, maybe not because it requires melee Dowdy, but melee Dowdy with like a specific puncture build on this because it only has puncture and impact. So you go puncture and you go heavy status chance. So Weeping Wounds, Elementalist, and then just a little bit of crit chance, which I have a lot of crit chance because I've got a cool Riven. But this, I mean, maybe not as approachable as I thought, because these are actually a little bit high investment mods, but this thing fucking hits like a truck, you know? Your Arcane collection before you start making synergistic loadouts? Honestly, most of the synergy that you're going to be interacting with is going to happen between Warframe and Weapon. So I wouldn't necessarily go crazy trying to get the Arcanes, because the Arcanes are a long grind. Some of them are time-gated, some of them are very difficult. I would instead go the way of getting Warframes, expanding your Warframe arsenal, and from those Warframes, then expanding your ability arsenal in the helmet, and then your weapons, and then the Arcanes. The Arcanes are the last step because they are the power creep bullshit overpowered nonsense. Yeah, if you farm plat, you can get many Arcanes for cheap. Yeah, that's also another part of it. Like, Arcanes are kind of the higher level of things. Like, realistically, just getting Varuna, for example, every melee weapon you ever touch will feel overpowered with Varuna. Because Varuna's abilities are just, hey, what if your melee was overpowered? Farm employment and get the Arcanes with plat. I mean, yeah, they're not wrong. They're really not wrong. Farming Arcanes is like a really late game, high level. Yeah. Start farming plat because your slots aren't looking good. Yeah, farm your plat, farm your slots, farm like that sort of shit. You know what I mean? Farm frames. Frames are so important for just like discovering like what works with what weapons feel good with how, you know, blah blah blah. This frame has like for example Vauban has a lot of area control and area denial, right? And he does a lot of AoE damage. So what would you like for Vauban? Well, I want something that's specifically good at taking out like single targets, you know? And if I have a frame that's specifically good at like fuck a single target, my Banshee does 30x damage. My Banshee hits for a 25x damage multiplier, then I want something that's going to clear out more of an AoE like the Occucore, right? Or something more AoE oriented like the Base Assist, where I just have a big fat projectile I shoot down. What are some good platforms for your level? Honestly, dude, prime parts. Just stick to prime parts. Stick to what's popular. Play Warframe.market. I wouldn't recommend flipping. Relics are just stable. Relics are the stable dollar of the Warframe economy. Somebody always needs a prime part, somebody always needs a relic to be cracked, somebody always needs the newest frame or a strange niche frame, you know, even frames that you don't think about. Like somebody's always farming mastery, so like Banshee relics are even good. Because nobody farms Banshee and she hasn't been unvaulted for a long time. Fucking Grendel is a great frame to farm. I think Grendel right now is at like 70. So just grinding out like Grendel sets is really good. Because he's like super pricey. I'm trying to see where Grendel main blueprint is. I should have just searched in the thing. Where is Grendel's main blueprint? There it is. I don't even have any of his blueprints, but I've got a lot of his parts. I should start grinding these out. So, I mean, Grendel relics are great. Gauss relics, Gauss and Grendel are actually going to be on the rise because they're getting skins. And when they release, they're probably going to go down in price. So I would when they re-release, I should say, when they relaunch them. Dude, do I not have like Grendel Prime Blueprint relics? There we go. Okay, I've got a lot. I'm just blind. Okay, yeah. Flipping is good if you have observed how the market works, so it's not for newbies. Also, flipping is very time consuming. Flipping is very investment heavy, and you're always taking a risk when you're doing flipping, so you can always take a loss. I would always recommend Gauss was vaulted before you started. That's so tough. I would always recommend like just farming the shit. I would say to avoid mod farms because mods are super watered down now. Everybody has junk mods and spare mods recently, which didn't used to be the case, actually. Mods used to be a much harder commodity, especially for console players. Console players wouldn't farm mods too much. But since everybody's on PC, risk is subjective. Risk is subjective with flipping. But that's also why I won't recommend it to a new player. But I would not recommend trading mods. Go get regular Gauss, there's no difference. Well, yeah, true. Regular Gauss versus Gauss Prime, I think the difference is literally sprint speed, which is very funny. Oh, I can... you are... Oh my god, chat. It's done. It's done. I'm done with New Loka. Chat, I am done with Suda, Hexus, Meridian, Red Veil, Loka. All that is left is 200, 300... So much standing, actually. Honestly, what I could do is instead of doing the balancing act, I could just make these my main. And just work this back up later. It also has 95 shield, 0 energy moves, 0.1 sprint speed. Okay, so it's not. You need to make a disruption loadout. Your relic collection needs work too. You were busy completing your star chart. That's totally fine. You don't need to go crazy. Honestly, if you want the way... You like Titania, actually. Hold on, let me show you something really quickly. You want to know how to actually farm relics really fast, man? Let me show you something. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Actually, hold on. This is the wrong Titania. It is... this one. Let me show you something. Because you like farming, you like Titania, right? You have a Titania, you've got a cool Titania build. Let me just, like, introduce you really quickly to the really cool Hepit and Uko. No. Fuck Thermal Sunder Titania, okay? Farming just getting a relic collection, because you said you don't have a lot of relics in the first place. You don't have a lot of relics, right? Okay, it's gonna be this way. I had a big lag spike there, that's gross. Gross. Oh my god, I trolled so bad. I thought it was a straight line. I thought it was a straight line. I trolled. 30 seconds. The cooked run. 30 seconds and that was cooked. Not a lot subjectively. You have 50 of each area. Yeah, that's not a lot. That's a very small amount. You can get a relic every 30 seconds. Faster if you didn't troll like I do. Repeat. And Uko is higher tier relics. Also, this is the wrong Titania. Titania. This one is my Titania. There we go. That's why you should run Volt for more speed? Yes. I had the wrong Titania equipped. What the fuck? He lived. Oh my god, he's living. What is this? What is wrong with my build? Oh, I switched my builds around. I switched my builds around and trolled. Jesus, it's Jover. He's not supposed to live. Dude, my skill issue just fucking... Hold on. My skill issue just came out on full display and I just trolled so bad. Paulo has a shit tile, run Kappa. True. Hold on. I can't believe I trolled my fucking Titania Dex Pixia like this. This one. Yes. Right? This is my low level one? Sure looks like it. Yeah, higher fire rate. Yeah. This is the one. There we go. I can't believe I trolled like that. That's so funny. That's an exterminate. Uko. The current world record for Uko capture is 16 seconds, by the way. Glitchless, yes. There you go. K9. Oh, Castro. So there you go. Just do this. Do this a lot. It is like the fastest way you can get relics. A relic every 30 seconds? That's pretty fast. There are very few farms that are as fast as just farming a relic every 30 seconds. Now, obviously, load times vary because you have to deal with load times, and obviously, it's also skill-based, right? But you have a Titania, you can just learn how to fly very fast and just do this. Even if you're doing a relic every minute, that's still faster than doing, a relic every minute is still faster than doing, that's that way, I think. Yep. I accidentally went into 3 speed because I thought I was slow. Oh, shit. I trolled a little bit. That ended up being worth it. Are prime parts worth selling individually? Most seem to be priced less than 10 plat? No. Disruption can be faster in a squad. That's speedrunning, log. That's only faster speedrunning. With a fucking full stack, yeah. A full 4-man stack. Yeah. There are prime parts worth 30. It's typically more worth it to sell sets, and even though the majority of prime parts are cheap, the thing about them is they are stable. So the prime parts are realistically, right? For your prime parts, here's what I would. Here's how I would explain it, right? You've got evergreen parts that are basically worthless. These are things like the Bratton, the Daiku, or not the Daiku, sorry, the Paris, the Boltor, these kind of parts that like everybody has a bajillion of, the Strun, they're fucking worthless, right? Everybody has those a dime a dozen. And then there's the relics that go into the vault. And relics that get vaulted, their parts value will continue to appreciate and rise the longer they have been in the vault. So, for example, Vectis Prime. Vectis Prime has been in the vault for a very long time. And because of that, if you look at anybody trying to sell the Vectis, the full Vectis set, they're trying to sell you a Vectis set for a lot of doubloons. Lot of money, right? Lot of plat. If you look at somebody who's been vaulted for a really short period of time, or somebody who grinds a lot, somebody who is grinded a lot, for example, Revenant. Revenant was unvaulted for the longest time. And not only was he unvaulted for the longest time, but bro was grinded like a motherfucker. To the point where he's now pretty much worthless. I think a Revenant set is like 10 plat even after he's been vaulted. But once he gets vaulted and he stays vaulted for a long time, Vectis at 85 right now. Ooh, it's gone down. Ooh. Rev was less than 30. Rev was all the way down to 20, dude. Rev was down to like 19 plat per set. And I think right now, I actually don't know. Let me pull up Warframe.market and take a look. Rev is now 65. Rev went from being a set that was fucking dog shit, empty, worthless, to now, despite everybody and their mother farming him, he's now worth a decent chunk of plat. So the return on investment for Revenant, once he got vaulted, once you waited long enough, it'll balance out, right? But there was a point in time where Revenant was literally worth like nothing. Like the German economy, where it's more efficient to burn your dollars than it is to actually than it is to spend them on anything, like heating. I mean, that's what we're talking about. Also, the demand for Revenant is really, really high. So when it comes to your prime parts, you kind of just have to know what's been vaulted and pay attention. Volt is now 60. Really? Volt is 60 because of Vanguard. Interesting. Right now, that Zaku can't even go for 10 plat. Is Zaku really that low? Jeez, man. Zaku Prime set. Zaku Prime set's at 24. Which, I mean, that's still pretty fucking low. Once Zaku gets vaulted and you give it like a month or two of being vaulted, this is going to go up to like 60 or 70. 6, 7. So, realistically, don't worry about it too bad when it comes to like farming prime parts, because you're kind of playing the long game no matter what you do, because the parts that you're farming right now will be worth more later on. Now, if you want to get plat immediately right this instant, then just farm stable things. Weapons are stable. The thing about weapons is you got to grind a lot in order to sell them, right? Because, like, for example, if I wanted to sell somebody the Ceto Prime, the Ceto has like fucking 5 parts to it, right? Where's a Ceto blueprint? Where's a Ceto blueprint? That's the Trumna. Dude, give me a single Ceto blueprint. Am I blind? There we go, Ceto blueprint. So you have the main blueprint, receiver, barrel, stock. That's 4 parts that you have to grind. That's actually not terrible. Actually, I thought it was a lot worse. I thought you had to do multiple parts. Some weapons are not worth it, though. Velox is a great grind because it's only 3 parts, and you get a full set. But nobody's really grinding a Velox, so it's... nah. You gotta think about the demand of the weapon, how popular it is, how many people need them for, like, mastery or whatever. Yada yada. If you farm a prime set when it just released, you'll always get a lot of plat? Yes. Yes, you will. Farming prime sets day one, one of the best platforms you can do. I wonder what time it is on Earth. Even first week is still fine? Yes. Most people are not that fast. Day ends in an hour. 58-second Hepit? That's not bad. That's still better than what you're getting on average, right? And as you continue to grind that more and more, you'll just get better and better at it. And it'll get to the point where you're getting 30-second relics. That's actually really good. That's very good. And as you get more comfortable with speed and you get more aggressive and yada yada, you'll get better at it. My best time on Uko is 24 seconds. Like I said, world record is 16, but that's like a god roll tile and like god roll whatever. Didn't even look at the horrendous Glax build. You're goddamn right, I didn't. What do we have? Spy Survival Showdown? For a yellow shard? I guess I'll take it, because, like, why not? Wukong. Also, have you finished the entire story? Will my Shade make me invisible, or will he just let me die? Hey, Shade, buddy, do you want to do your job, man? There we go. You have Hex and Old Peace left. Nice. It's not too bad then. It will let you die. Yeah, clearly. That was ridiculous, man. Shade just trolling for the love of the game. Was that Zeneric? Nevcott using Zeneric? On the Wukong build? Yeah. How do you do the hacking so fast? So much practice. I'm so good at video games, and it has nothing to do with the helmet ability that auto hacks for you. Nothing to do with that at all. I'm just cracked at video games, and I'm really talented. I'm actually the best Warframe player NA, as long as you don't look at anybody else. As long as you don't compare me to people who play this video game non-stop, I'm actually the best Warframe player NA. It's true, you can look it up. Oh, I'm gonna get hit by these lasers like a motherfucker. Slow proc moment. Can't use Cypher and Archon hunt. Yeah. That is the reason for the helmet there. I also don't recommend for anything other than the Archon ones to use the ability, because if you use Molt, you go much faster in Wukong, and you can do these missions much greater. NA is inferior. Honestly, it is, dude. You gotta compare yourself to CN players to really fucking feel something nowadays. NA players are fucking bots. Honestly, DE should disable Persipacity. People would mauled. True. True. I can do them. I just don't want to. So I would mauled. I'd be like, man, but they never will. DE doesn't do anything that makes their player base more skilled. DE is very anti-skill, actually. If you know how DE operates and you know what they're like, you come to learn that they are not skilled players and therefore don't play like skilled players. Because they themselves are very unskilled. Ivara would rear her head. You hate Perspacity so much? No, Wukong would still reign supreme, guys. Oh my god, I got the auto hack without even ciphering. Let's go. Wait. Aww. Don't attack me. Ah. There we go. I was waiting for my fire rate to kick in. Shit. Surely there's a spot here that can accept that. Oh, the punch through is trolling me. I don't know why those are affected by punch through. Okay, there we go. That's a spot that's solid. What? Okay, that's a spot that's solid. Why is my... Oh, my dog's not over there. I'm just blind. Man, Sight Sobek when no Wisp player is definitely an experience of all time. I love shotgun spread. Jesus. Need to go pick up life support. Ugh, I'm trolling by shooting them so far away. Really should wait. Alright, there we go. That's good enough. Dude, where's the spot? Fuck. Okay, there we go. That specific area. Alright. Please. There we go. Say, give me. Honestly, I should switch to Gas Sobek to have the clouds linger, but I don't have status duration on this build, I don't think. I'll do it anyways. Fuck it. Why not? Even without clouds, it's got to be worth it, right? Just for the lingering. That Ilara tile, you need a Citrine for Gas Sobek. Well, I need a Wisp for Sobek in general, but I mean... I don't have that either, so we're chilling, man. Actually, I think I can get a Citrine through a Cosmic Spectre. No, I'm low on Cosmic Spectres. Never mind, actually. Also, I don't think all all specters are disabled. Fuck, that's cringe. Pick up life support. Oh, I took damage from somewhere. Is Isovault a good mining spot? Honestly, do you even need to mine in Deimos because of the crates? I haven't really mined in Deimos because of crates, to be honest. I don't know, maybe that's like maybe that's a me thing. I got really lucky with crates. I should go pick up all these free orbs everywhere, to be honest. Honestly, I don't even think I need Nokko Shroom. Other than strength. Come on, give me fire rate. Please give me fire rate. There we go. Really, I didn't know that log. I figured just straight up just punching rocks, good old fashioned way, just using Zaku for and just blowing shit up was good enough for everybody. I didn't know there was like a secret ultra gamer method to farm more. That's kind of funny. Then again, I haven't had to farm a lot since Necromex. Doesn't even drop from the crates? Really? Man, I must have just farmed a lot when I was early on then. Like, not from the crates, just like I must have just like mined it and just chilled. Oh, I should probably start looking for extraction, huh? Because we're 2 minutes. So, chat, here's the secret method for you guys to find extraction without actually knowing where extraction is, okay? The first 3 life support nodes push you deeper into the tile. The second 3 life support nodes will direct you towards the end of the tile. Okay? After that, it is up to you to find it. After the 7th thing, see, look, there's extraction. I didn't even need to look for it that hard. I was lucky. The 7th life support tile, the 7th life support tower that you see will just push you away from the extract. So now I can just sit here and I can actually just camp. What is that? What is that? Just a thing I've never seen before? Must be. But I can just sit here and chill. I don't have to worry about anything. Aw, shit. I'm gonna die to this. Maybe. I turned that on or off. I did something. Is there another one? That's a radiation barrel. Let's not deal with that. What? Does that turn off the electricity? Nope, it turns the electricity super on, apparently. Interesting. Well, now the electricity is super on. That's cool. I can now sit here and comfortably AFK. And I don't have to worry about anything, to be honest. There we go. For some reason, some Reese's drop more in certain areas. That's not too surprising. Obelisks is the way. Obelisks. You can't really do the obelisk without a necromech because your operator weapon is buns. Yeah. When you're starting out, there's a lot of things that you have that are just buns until later. I hope that life support tip helps you guys find extraction early for longer survival missions. Regular survival, it's like, well, whatever, because it'll typically pop up before the 4th life support capsule spawns. Typically. Is this on? I gotta make sure this is on Arcane. It is. All right. Hello, Archon Nira. Prepare to get slapped. Necrothene, Void Rig, Parallax. Need a bunch of different open world stuff for Galazaku as well. Yeah, that makes sense. Where am I going? Oh, I love when it makes me go around. Don't hit me. I missed. Oh, I missed the headshot. Okay, we're good. I didn't miss. I missed the headshot. It's so over. There we go. Ah, don't zap me. Oh, my game is lagging. Holy frame rate. I'm getting like maybe 45 frames. Oh my good god. Jesus, frame rate. Please come back to me. Oh my god, I'm actually playing at 30 FPS. What is this? Where? There we go. Give me... Where? It's inside the guy. Of course it is. Oh my frame rate, dude. I'm actually playing at like 30 FPS. Oh my god, help me. Please help me, God. Please help me, God. Please don't make me hack anything. I'm already so slow. It's gonna make me hack. I feel it. I feel it in my gut. I feel it in my gut. What is this room? Why? Why does it point me all the way around? Of course there's a nullifier. I wouldn't go there. Of course you go invuln. The gun is there. I missed the headshot. It's Jover. Okay, it's no longer Jover. I have to actually wait for the smoke to clear out. I've learned this before. You can die while touching her before this attack clears out. I'm actually going to just Bazrin. What's the best element to aim for on it? Heat. For the Grattler. Oh. 250? Jesus, I'm getting slow. 250 Nira is like, ugh. Is there a way to swap the elements later? Do you even have a Kuva Grattler, Nev? I do not. But I remember what you told me. And yes, there is a way to swap the elements later. You can either infuse them, or you can put 5 formas on them, and then get an elemental vice from the hex. And then after that, you can swap them to whatever you want, but they have to be 5 formed, so it's kind of an investment. But all the Kuva weapons are an investment, so. Also, I'm going to be right back. I have to use the bathroom, so BRB. Vice for 20 flat, but you wouldn't farm it? Why wouldn't you farm it? It's so free. It's like, well, I guess if you got other shit, I don't know. It's not that bad. I don't know. Considering how much other shit is worth 20 plat, it's kind of like, whatever. You can kind of view it either way, either which way. Holy shit. What is with all of the Minecraft Lush Cave memes in my... What is this? Why are there so many Lush Cave memes in my server? What is this? I'll spend $100 to make Nev ban you from the server. Nexus is worth $100. I could get rid of him. For $100, I'll temporarily ban. What in the fucking brain rot? What did I just watch? I feel like I should put that on screen for you guys, but I also feel like that would have been an evil thing to do. What in the fuck did I just watch? What is it? It's what you sent, Zune. It with the fucking Sid this 7 Sid. What is this? What is this? Eh? You're sorry for nothing. You hate Zune. I hate Zune. Do I have enough cetus wisps for this? Oh, I definitely don't. I need to get a lot more cetus wisps, don't I? Because all of these require a bunch of cetus wisps. Hold on, I gotta do the IFTA thing to not load into the dojo. Or else it'll piss off IFTA. So, large fish, right? For the most parts? Right? Is it large? Does it matter? Surely it's large for the most parts. That makes the most sense, right? Can I put your bomb in your nose? Oh my god, why are you so credit poor? Oh. If you wanted spleen, it doesn't matter. Let's look at oh. Cope May. Not the Cope May. Can I send you a Korra influence build? Do you have Glapids to send, Log? No? Damn. Time for us to go fishing. How the fuck do you even get Glapids? Are those duviri fish? Yeah, duviri fish. Glapids. Rare plains of Eidolon fish. So it's hotspot. Is it river or ocean fish? It being hotspot doesn't tell me too much. Nocturnal bait needed. Oh. Nocturnal bait. Okay. And then you need the Puram. How much Glapid bait do I have? I can afford to spend some standing. Oh, I just tried to melee tech twice. That's how you know I'm brain dead. Browse wares. Glapid bait. I have 10 already. I mean, it would not hurt to get a lot more. I'm not going to spend that much standing, though. Dropped the full stats of the fish. He really did. That doesn't hurt at all, because I can just fucking whatever. That's plenty. 133? That was enough? No problem. Well, I'm not too worried about, like, super farming Idos anytime soon, so I guess I can just start fish maxing. Just gonna look around for hotspots because I have the Duntana. That's a hotspot. Yeah, look at that. Oh, hey, look. I'll take Ghost Kuakas and an Iatan Star. Why not? Alright. Fishing Spear. Does the Silent Spear still work on the fish? Okay, seems like the answer is no for the Traloc. But it seems to be yes for the Gooplo, which is nice. The fuck? Oh, Traloc. Why are you freaking the fuck out, man? Can't even get it right now, only at nighttime. I saw it was nocturnal. I just want to fish. Because I got a bunch of Gabala. The fish is way out there. You're a Traloc that's injured. I think Tralocs were weak to Tulok, right? Yeah, Traloc weak to Tulok. What's Spari? Spari did 5 to the Gupala. I don't know which is better between Ibisu and the other one. Honestly, they should let me Ivara Navigator the fishing spear. Oh, what a throw. They call me the fish master. Actually, I wonder if I can Spari this guy. Ah, you can. Okay. So Spari seems better then, right? Because it's just, it'll one-shot all of them so far. Oh, what a throw. I'm going crazy right now. Also, I'll get my Glapid bait ready for when it's nighttime. I'm just hanging out at the water. Wishing for more fishing. I would like more fishing. I would like more fishing, please. Oh, hello. You should be able to use sleep arrows on the fish and then just go and pick them up, you know? Oh, what a whiff. Unlucky. Got a ass. Oh, well, that was a crazy whiff. Okay. I got trolled. Come here, bitch. Yada 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 yada. I don't know why this fish wasn't marked, but his ass is mine. Oh. I don't know why that guy flew, but okay. The fish should float? That's what I'm saying. Okay. I don't know how that missed, but okay. Skill issue. How much energy am I at? I'm just so chilling. I forget that Ivara can literally just sit for like minutes at a time. Like 10 straight minutes, just invis. What a throw. Damn, bro, chill. That guy's tweaking. Okay. I've said it before that I think that for all things that are like really passive in Warframe, like fishing and mining, there should be some squad split for the resources to incentivize like helping out new players, and also just the people who don't enjoy this shit don't need to actually participate in it. They would just be able to like fucking pick like 1 or 2 people to carry them for fishing and then just chill and not have to worry about it, or they could go do another mission. Because I do think that this is probably the most boring part of the game, and especially for new players who are like, I'm here to be a space ninja, why am I fishing? You know what I mean? I don't know why that guy's tweaking the fuck out. They should make a titanium extractor do this instead. Literally, dude. Especially because those extractors are fucking expensive, dude. When you're a new bro, 50,000 oxium or some shit, or like 5,000 or some crazy shit. Like, damn, bro. I'm poor. I got like 8 of them now. Of the prime variants, no less. Of each, because there's 2. Oh, shit. My stealth affinity grinding. There's more fish over here. Nice. That's a trank rifle. That's not a spear. That's a spear. Oh, fuck. There's an enemy over here. More importantly, an unalerted set of enemies. Oh, I lost my stealth bonus. Too late now. Where the fuck did that guy's corpse go? That's the stunner. Ibisu. Actually, wait. Not Ibisu. The other one. What? Sperry. For asparagus. I don't know why that guy got alerted, but okay. Oh my god, I got his ass. Oh, that's an unfortunate whiff. Extractor Prime when? There's already Extractor Primes. There's 2. And I have both. But they really should make the extractors do the mining for you. And the fishing, somehow. I don't care how. Make the extractors literally extract the ocean. And lift the salt water from the fucking earth. I don't care. Okay, I'm just whiffing on all the small fish. Ratioed. You know, it'd be nice if Titania could, or not Titania, if Ivara could navigate her the... Oh, what a throw. The fishing spear. You know, let me go like this, and let me fishing spear. Oh my god, she can. Oh, she immediately recalls it. Well, that's cringe. See, like, that's bullshit. I should be able to fucking guide it and go get that motherfucker. Crazy. Why are they all scared of me? Just because of my asparagus. That's a big tralala. Oh, what a throw. What a throw. He changed directions on me. That's so sad. Alright. I was about to say, if I missed that one, I'm crying. I see that guy way out there into the distance. Hold on, watch this throw. Watch this throw. Ready? Oh, I tried. He's too far away. He's just too far. I can't get him. I cannot believe you guys are watching this, by the way. This is like the most boring thing you could ever be doing in Warframe, and I'm just doing it just because. Waiting to get glapids. You're not? GG. Yo, Log, why don't you come in here and farm with me, man? Let's do some fishing together. Come fish with me, buddy. Where are you? Come here, Log. Let's fish together. Shit. You're farming coolant blue pigment. Oh. Would you like a Necros to just sit there while you do that? You can play fucking Korra or whatever. Coolant blue, is that not the Fortuna guys? Sure? Alright. Let me bounce out of here after this little array of fish here. Man, it's crazy that I farmed the dojo stuff enough to know that that's the fucking dojo color. I did all of the dojo colors solo, and I know how painful it is when you're running with nobody to help you. Especially for 4D is a bigger clan, isn't it? You guys are a 30-member clan, no? Are you 30 or what? What? All I know is it's a lot. It's 100? Oh, dude, yeah, you're gonna want somebody to fucking run with you then. Mergoose. Woodland Mergoose. Hold on, these are worth it. Hold on. These are worth more than you. Sorry. Shit. Oh my god, please. Hold on. Where are they? There they are. Oh my god. Please. 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 This is so hard to hit. Because they move in a circle. There we go. Wait, did I just get cetus standing? Huh? I can get more cetus standing. What? I already did the daily reset today. Hold on. This takes precedence. Daily standing is very much something I need to grind a lot of, so. I'm very sorry for doing this to you, Log. I know I just promised you a Necros, but. I need to turn my highlights back on, actually. Hold on. I'm gonna change this to, I think, that color. No, that's gonna be awful for some environments. Like the strong purple color or something. That's gotta be nice and visible, surely. That's fairly visible. Hello, Emperor Kondrox. You guys are lots of standing. Oh, you're right here. Ash and Kawaka, no less. I'll take that. No, you're nice and visible, aren't you? I heard that. I heard that squeak. Where is it? Ah! Did I not turn the ally colors on? Oh, I turned off self-highlight, not ally highlights. There we go. Hello, little friends. More Ash and Kuwakas. These are great. Why is rank 5 Little Duck reward friendlier than Little Duck dialogue? Yeah. Ah, there they are. 4. Rogue Kondrak. Hello. Allow me to loot you all. I heard that. There they are. Oh. Well, the Grenier ate one of these. I heard a Kawaka. I see a Kawaka. I sleep a Kawaka. I whack a Kawaka. Contract. Contract. Regular? Regular contract. Why did Skeletal leave the server? Mergoose. Coastal Mergoose. Oh, Mergoose. You are assholes. But Mergoos are very worth it. They are great standing. 31,000, nice. I just maxed out my standing. Is it right about to turn to nighttime? Hold on. Nighttime in 15 minutes. Alright, Log, you've got 15 minutes of free Necros slavery. Skeletal did leave? Yeah, I wonder if he had to reset his account or some shit. Or he had to, like, I don't know, something or other. Anyways, look at this. Look at this incredibly lucrative run that we did. Oh, oh my goodness. Okay. Let us go. Leave Cetus. And join Log. And play Necros. Money spread Keck. And do you need a... I'm sure you're fine. Actually, you probably are fine. I'm just going to play an energy, give Necros. So that you can just be totally brain AFK. Although I'm sure you're already really locked into this one. Man, this sounds like a very engaged player. Hey, you're at my solo farming spot. You don't know where to find a good spot? Literally here. Literally this room here. This is the Sola Torrid farming spot. You just vibe here. And these guys continuously spawn as long as you don't break their beacons. That's it. I need my dog to stay alive to make me invisible. As long as you don't break these beacons, you're golden. This is my Torrids farming spot. And you just sit here and these guys just give you so much loot. Oh, Shock Xmas. You see the guys above here? These guys are obnoxious. Is toroid farming viable on non-SP? Yeah, but I would do SP. There's just no reason not to. You get so much more. Whipclaw doesn't hit the beacons. Yes, yeah, Whipclaw doesn't hit the beacons. You can just spam relentlessly. You're fine. Oh, that's your cat dog thing. No, it's a cat. Oh yeah, it's a Smita. It's just, you know, it's special. Everything that you think about SP, by the way, everything's viable on SP versus non-SP. There's nothing special about them. The only thing that changes when it comes to viability is, like, kill rate. Enemies getting stuck. No, the thing is, enemies are spawning up above, which happens all the time. There's nothing you can do about it except have a sight to clear them out. But it's not like it really hurts your rates because they spawn at the same rate down here kind of regardless. It's a bit stupid, I know. But like the spawns here, like they'll continue to spawn and then move and then spawn them. It's really dumb. Oh, another beacon is really good. The more beacons you have, the more aggressive the enemy spawning is. The beacons literally determine the aggression value of the spawn rate. So more beacons means more enemy spawns. So we've got 4 right now, which is really good. Like, we're chilling. Also, I'm now here for toroids because fuck yeah. But you see all the enemies? They're not stuck up top here. They're literally above up here in this area. And you kind of need a sight to clear them out. It just happens. It's okay. Also, try not to bullet jump next to these beacons too much, because you will bullet jump damage them to death. I really need to take duplex bond off of this companion build, just because it's not really necessary. See, these enemies over here, these need somebody to aggro them, so I'm going to go visible in front of them and pull them. And then that'll bring them over here. My desecrate. Get his ass, log. More toroids. More toroids. Yippee! Oh, we lost some beacons. That's unfortunate. Less beacons is less enemies. This is sad. Log, my toroid rate has gone down. I wish clearing the enemies out up top here actually cleared them out forever. It'd be so nice. Oh my god, I almost shot the beacon because I was trolling. Lol. $10,000 focus. Good morning, you just woke up. Good morning, Pookie. Dude, Necros Korra stacking is like so efficient. We should run with 4 people. Log, get 4D members. Hold on. Who's up? Get these 4D members in here. Get Takoa in here. Get these guys in here. I don't know who Jay is. We should be running with 4 people. Tell these 4D gooners. Oh, look, another beacon. To get in here. And to loot max. For all of your stuff that you need. The loot max. Three nokko shrooms at once. Try losing energy now. You don't know if they're online. Are they just AFK? Look at these toroids. Look at this farm. Look at us log. Look at how efficient we are. We're so good at toroid farming, log. We're so good. We're making so much profit. Average 4D member. Sucknut, would you like to put your sucknut to the test and suck on my and Jay declined the invite. Where do you farm the other ones? I have them pinpointed on the map actually. I'll link you the waypoint, or I'll show you the waypoints after. But this is the one that I use for standing farming, because this area, okay, this area is a bit special because the enemy spawns here are really aggressive, because this area is for some reason spawning enemies at the same frequency that it spawns them on the outside. But instead of being on the outside, they're obviously here, inside, in a very close range. I'm not sure what it is about this area that causes the spawns to be as aggressive as they are. I really don't know. But what I do know is that spawns in this area are really aggressive. And my best bet is that it has something to do with the fact that this area, which is underground, is attached to this upwards area outside. So that's a free enemy kill. Maybe I can clear us out some. There we go. I cleared out a 1 whole spawn slot for us. Basically, this area is treated like multiple regions at once, which causes it to spawn a shit ton of enemies. So these enemies, when you have these beacons up, these reinforcement beacons act as a multiplier to something called aggression. Now, aggression is a hidden stat that DE will never tell you about. Specifically, it's tied to something called intensity. And basically, the more intense a mission is designated to be, the more aggressive the enemy spawns are. So when you have a lot of these beacons, you up the maximum intensity threshold and therefore increase spawning aggression. It's very complicated and nuanced, but the TLDR is that if you get these guys to drop like 5 beacons and just sit in this area, they will just flood the ever-loving shit out of you with a ton of spawns. And by doing that, you can get a gazoodle of resources. Specifically, you get a lot of good mods here. The pet mods. The pet dual stat mods. Look, another beacon. This is so good. That's 4 beacons total. We are very quickly ramping up mission intensity. Ow. Ow. Don't mind me. Thank you. I said don't mind me though, but thank you. I need to fix my keyboard. Never got good results in this place. Oh wait, you did, but you were sitting in the hole. Yeah, so typically I hang out in this region here, and I run back and forth. But for Korra camping, I can see why this corridor is a little bit more optimal. But the thing is, enemies never really spawn in this section here, so long as you have somebody stand here. You can also manipulate their spawns. So like I was saying, like all these spawns that are outside, those guys are basically stuck, and we can't get rid of them without a site Sobek. Or just a site in general. Like a site 09 here, to just clear those guys out would do fucking wonders for us. Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 enemy spawns out there. 10? 10 enemy spawns out there that we just can't take advantage of. I almost forgot to reactivate my desecrate because I died. There we go. Get those guys alerted. Get them over here. This place just goes nuts. You have a built Site 09, but you're at work. That'd be a risky maneuver. Getting on the fucking Site 09 at work is crazy. Just to take like 1 or 2 pot shots at some enemies through the fucking walls. The phone Site 09. I could only join on phone and be hella inefficient. Dude, suck. Unironically, if you just hopped on your phone and just popped the Site 09 to just clear out the guys through the walls, that'd be clutch. When you had no tasks, you'd just play Warframe on your laptop for 10 hours? That is funny. I wish I could get up here with the Necros ability and reach them and scare them with Terrify. But it doesn't do anything, unfortunately. Just to make them scramble around. Keep them afraid. Ow. Ow. What I might do is I might put... Ow. I might put one of these guys down. Where is he? Where did he go? He won't spawn. Ah! Okay, how many of our spawns are up top? I'm actually gonna go topside and try to clear some of them out really quickly. You stay here, Log. And I'm just gonna throw this guy down and have him clear them out up top here. And hopefully he'll be able to hold his own, keeping those topside spawns cleared out and not die. Maybe I should give him a homie. Okay. come back down here, and hopefully that fixes it a little bit. Kind of helped a little bit. Are you out of energy? There's no way you're out of energy. Ido? Optimize download cache, clicks no, and it still does it. Oh yeah, Eidolon. I want it to be nighttime so that I can go fucking do whatever. Alright. I'm gonna skedaddle on out of here. This is a great little toroid miniature run. Why are there enemies up here? Okay. I need to go do nighttime fishing. On the map, let me just show you the map really quickly. So, oh, my waypoints are for some reason not showing up. Love that for me. Basically, the Temple of Prophet, that's the yellow toroid spot. The Enrichment Labs is the orange toroid spot. And the Spaceport is the green toroid spot. Now, all of these locations are kind of more broad, and you can kill stuff around those areas. But typically speaking, that's where you go to get all of your goodies. That's where you go to get all of your tasties. Time for me to go get clap boots. 2,000 pigments, thanks. You're welcome, homie. You are welcome. That is no problem. It is no skin off my nose. That's ticker. That's little cuck. And just standings at maximum, brother. Okay, whatever. Well, I got to double dip on cetus today. With addition to 12k standing from toroids, yeah. Like that matters, but yeah. Matters for me, not for log. Ivara. Okay, let us go get some nighttime fishing. And you know what? I will put this back on friends only, so whoever wants to join can just force join and have fun and hang out. Green toroid best drop on Exploiter Orb also? Yes, Exploiter Orb also drops a bunch of green toroids. I do Spaceport because you can get the same strat. Okay. Log, do you remember if it said anything about lake or ocean spots for the Glappid, or is it just any fishing hotspot with Glappid bait during nighttime? Oh my god, the Slopper is here. Suckmud joins right as I'm starting to fish. That's a bit awkward. That's just not what I wanted. Ibisu, Lapid. Hello, Suckmud. Nevstein. Lapid. Okay, I just missed the fucking big forehead ass Lapid. Awesome. Okay, it's not the Ibisu, it's the other one. Nope, it's not. Okay. What fucking... Param. Okay. Okay. Lapid. That's not correct either. Param. Ocean nighttime Param, yep. Apparently that missed. Okay, that one didn't. Did I get a fucking boot? Just remembered you have to fish? There you go. That's the real Harry Potter, by the way. Did my Glapid bait already expire? No. Okay. I like that Suckmud just cast that ability there. That's really awesome. I don't care about you guys. I only care about the Glapids. You have unlimited bait blueprint, Lamau. Heard they removed those. I think I have a bait blueprint, but I don't know. Dude, want to buy Glapid spawns. What is this? A second bait has hit the water. I whiffed. Doesn't matter. Just get caught. Get caught, get caught, get caught. Flap, 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 flap. You're on a Steam Deck and you're trying to figure out how you opened chat. GG. Dude, want to buy more fucking Glapids. What is this hotspot? Oh, the hotspot's like deep over there, dude. What? Okay. Glapid. I should go maybe to a different area if the rates are this bad. Oh, that's just unfortunate. Suck butt, please. Crazy. That is an insane thing to say. What is with all these little goopers, dude? I don't want a gooper. That's a Glapid, but he's way out there in the distance. You can't even see him. But I can. I've got the eyes of the hunter, bro. I've got the eyes of the fucking tiger. I'm actually him. I'm himward. Let's go. They call me the Glap Trapper, dude. Holy. I'm out here glap clapping and shit. That's a goopla. Okay, this hotspot is dead. So I'm gonna go literally anywhere else. New hotspot needs to be found. Suckmud, are you Ido hunting? New hotspot, new hotspot, new hotspot. That looks like hotspot splashes. No? Hotspots. Okay. Ah, shit. Wrong bait. Hopefully that doesn't fuck with anything. Shark eels. I accidentally grabbed a lot of shark eels. That's not bueno. Ocean zone, though? Is it only ocean? Log didn't say only ocean. That's why I'm asking. Yes? Okay, he didn't say. I asked if it was ocean only, and he didn't say anything. Motherfucker. Alright. Go to the ocean. You did? I don't believe you. And by that I mean I just didn't see it. Thank you, Kiki. I appreciate you. Hotspots, hotspots. Give me splish splash. Give me ocean hotspots. Ocean hotspot. There we go. That's a good ocean hotspot right there if I've ever seen it. I just have the param? I do. Do I need to go like over here to reach this spot maybe? To reach it better? I don't know. There's more gloopers. I don't need any of you. Is that a gloop? It's a gloop up. There's a lot of gooplers. There's the glapid. That's what I need. Oh, you're kidding me. Nev baited. True. Flap it out in the distance there. Snipe. Snipe! I might as well just grab you. Okay, or not. Don't really care. I'm more interested in lapids. Okay, you can run, I guess. Oh, big one. Nice. Log join. GG. This is the real underground fish market, alright? This is where the money's at, chat. My rester distance is ass. You can't even see what's happening 20 meters in front of you. That's so awesome. Glapidicious? That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm out here glapping all over the place. Glap, 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 glap. Get fished, get fished, get fished. There's another hotspot over here. Can I stand in this water? I can. Ratioed. Fucker. Oh. Goopla, goopla, gooplas. Man, a lot of gooplas, not a lot of glappers. I'm out here looking for glaps. They caught me glapping out in public. Ratioed. That was a glappid. Nice. I got it. Dude, what is with all these fucking glooplas, man? There's so many. Oh, wait. There's one here. Nice. I'm speed farming. Glapule harassment. Now hold on, Chad, hold on. I'd never harass anybody. Alright. There's another hotspot here. It's like this radius. Oh, it doesn't show you like the size of the hotspot anymore. You just kind of have to guess. Ah! Man, I'm in Glooptopia right now. And I want to go to Glapville. You know what I'm saying, chat? Sometimes it feels like you're just a glooper in a Glap world. Fucking double. This hotspot really sucks. I have not seen like all but 2 Glappets here. Glap boy and the gloop turf. That's what I'm saying, man. It's hard out here for us glappers. Oh no. Oh no. Come back. This hotspot sucks in general. It's just like that. That's fire. Oh, large. Living large, living like Larry. Oh, that's a big boy right there. Oh, baby. Bro, you'd think my Spectral Serration right now would make my Fish Spear do so much damage. Such a tragedy, man. Glapid Pog. Are you finally getting them? Were you not getting them earlier or some shit? Oh, there's that guy. Look at that guy. What? No way. He's so far now. Oh, there's no shot I'm getting that guy. I just whiffed. Okay, somehow I didn't scare him off. I kind of scared him off. Oh, okay. Like that. Is Aya a good platform? It used to be. Okay, this hotspot's now dead. We need to relocate and find another hotspot. We're looking for splish splashies. I don't think there's hotspots that are possible in this area, are there? Oh, there is. Okay. I don't quite know how that happened, but okay. Give me the param. Give me the glapping. Start glapping all over the place. Selling IRLX isn't. Cracking IRLX still is. Yeah. When you were low level, Cetus just came out. You were casting Volt Shield to one-shot the higher tier fishes with the shitty spear. That's so based. That is so based. You can make the spears deal damage cap. Man, Glapids are low rate. Oh, speaking of, hello, look at you. What? Okay, I was gonna say, there's no way, right? What in the fuck is this spot? Hello? Do I just have to wait for you to swim out of the rock to catch you? And of course it deflects off of the rock. That was awesome. Okay, there's another one here. Okay, I just have to wait, I guess. You're not a Glapid. Yeah, I knew that. I thought they would have fixed that by now. It's been like a long-ass time. Like, Cetus has been out for a while. There's no way that missed. There's no way I'm missing these. What? Okay, whatever. Okay, you are so incredibly distracting. They just never come back to fix shit, clearly. Can I kill you with the fish spear? Fuck off. How much do you want to bet I need another Glapid bait? I do not, actually. It's right about to run out, though. There should be a much easier to manage timer for the baits. Like, you should be able to visibly see it and not just look at the particles that always look like they're disintegrating. Like, okay. You hate the Glapid hitbox? Yeah, me too. Yeah, see, like, now that it's down there, I think the bait is out and or running out. Okay. Also, I feel like hotspots aren't updating correctly, because it feels like this hotspot is now dead. And it feels like we should move on to the next hotspot, right? How? How did that miss? I tried. They really should fix that so Ivara can navigator these. What? Well, that would have been a crazy throw if I got that. When it goes down, it's depleted? Yeah, exactly. But there's, like, no indicator. Like, it's just kind of chilling there menacingly. How did that miss? Genuinely, how? How did that miss? How? Brother. I was gonna say, there's no way you're gonna lie to me and say that doesn't fucking hit. So I'll take that big ass fish because he's big. Take this big ass fish because he's big. There we go. Yeah, it should stop spewing particles at least. Literally. How? Dude. This game is actually trolling. I got his ass. Let's go. Flap it? Flap it. Oh my god. Ooh! Ooh! I was gonna say, there's no way, dude. Come on. You're trolling. Alright, this hotspot is dead. Let's go to this one. Are hotspots client-sided? Like, is logs hotspot... Oh, this hotspot's also dead. I got here and it died. No? Okay, interesting. Oh, my energy is low. I should probably hang around these guys a little bit and get some energy. Hello. Well, I'll take your sentient cores. That's not really what I'm looking for. I'm looking for energy. Okay. Okay, that was a bunch of energy. I'll take that. Ah, hotspot. This is a good hotspot too, I think. Flap, 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 flap. Early Glapped spawn. This is a nice, it's nifty spot. You gotta start building your Ivara. This spot is great, because the hotspot is like here. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Let's say. Your bro loves to steal Oxium in his Ivara when I'm violating the Corpus drone with my Hydroid tentacles. Fascinating. I like your zipline that you put here. This is a very nice zipline. I somehow missed. How did that not hit? The fucking spear literally connected so well. This is a great zipline. Can I get a zipline here, do you think? I can. Oh, that's premium, hey? I don't care about missing that guy. Fuck that guy. It's just a grouper. I don't want no groupers. Is this fishing spot no longer a hotspot? It is. It is still a hotspot. Oh, shit. Log said want to buy fish spawn, and suddenly fish just spawned like crazy. Bro, Log, how much did you pay DE for these fish spawns? Holy. This has been a very successful Glapped farm. You see 0? Oh, poor Log. Log is getting scammed. He wanted to... Hang on, I gotta do the same thing for you. Want to buy... fish spawn. There. Now you should see a wave of fish on your screen, man. Trust, it'll work. I wonder if boosters affect this. They affect the number of parts you get when you cut, I believe. No sky blue. No. No, nothing? Okay. I tried. Oh no, log! R.I.P. My poor logarithmic scaler. Okay, buddy. There's one here. Yeah, there he is. How does that not... I don't even have words for that. Not even Gloopla? No way. Bro is getting scammed. Not like you really need more fish than what we've got, dude. We've farmed so many fish. Not gonna lie. There's no way. Dude, there's no way. What? There's actually no shot, dude. Crazy. Actually insane. You can see the fucking fish spear just hit this guy. Hello? 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 Drop booster doubles fish amount? Oh, interesting. Like the 2x one? Yeah, interesting. Dude, this hotspot is goated. I wish it would never end. What is this hotspot? Hotspot is cracked. How's my Avara energy doing? Pretty good, actually. What happened there? Poor Log. Log is just having a tough time. Peak gameplay right here. Dude, I'm fish maxing so hard right now. How? 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 You love seeing Giga nothing? No! Poor Log. You know, Log, you could just be farming Eidolons right now and just getting focus standing. Or just fucking anything else. Resources for whatever. Fuck, even mining, you know. Mining away. Oh, the hotspot has ended, bro. No! It's time to move on from the goated spot. Honestly, how many fish have we gotten? That's a mortar strike that's just looking for my butthole. I'm gonna get this zip line right above this spot. This is so ideal. This is so ideal. Oh, I have to be off of the zip line in order to grab my spear. Of course I do. Oh my god, of course I have to be off the zip line to grab the correct bait. God, DE. Digital no fun allowed extremes, man. Oh. Okay. You had so much deimos fish that even now you come to dollar like a baller. Drop off the fish brains and fleshy bits she wants. That's interesting. I don't know. I don't know about this hotspot chat. So far, I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling the fish. Get fucked, nerd. Oh, right, I can't read spear. Ram. What? Okay, there we go. Is this guy in the rock? Can I not hit him because the rock? No, okay. It's just being weird. This hotspot sucks. This is like not a hotspot. There's no fish here. There are just no fish. You want fish? There are none. You go fuck yourself. $62 small, $30 medium, and $18 large glapids. I'm kind of okay with that haul. To be honest with you. I'm chilling. At least it's more than 0. True. There's an Eidolon nearby. Where are you, Eidolon? Actually, where is he? Okay, I lied about him being nearby. Motherfucker was far away. Fuck you, Terry. I'm killing your ass. Just gonna hard kill you over and over. I think I have enough time to just straight kill Terry. Like over and over. Kill Terry. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Does Terry still see invis? Nah, he doesn't. Get fucked, nerd. Fuck you, Terry. Where are you going now? Your ass is mine, Terry. You're not escaping me. There you are, you little fuck. Yeah, that's right, Terry. Your ass is mine, buddy. I'm fucking you up. Bobin's bombs are cool. I agree. Bobin's rework is nice. There's a couple things I don't love about it, but it's still better than nothing. He's definitely in a better state than what he was at. Oh, there's an Itan star over there. Shit. Get fucked, nerd. Fuck you, Terry. Oh. Well, that was good work. I refused to subsume orbital because it was too cool to just topside obliterate this guy's frontal lobe. That's valid. That's very valid. I respect that. I respect that heavily. $91,000 Ostron standing. In 9,000 measly standing, I will be able to complete the last Cetus Arcane. And from there, I will be done. I will be done with all of the Cetus grinding that I could ever realistically do. Aside from Onko's amps, which I'm going to be time gated on, both for the parts themselves and for the Cetus wisps required to build them. And oh boy, do I need to farm so many Cetus wisps from this guy. It did not occur to me that each amp part requires quite a few Cetus wisps, and I'm doing 49 of every amp part, which is going to be like a lot. This is going to be, you know, I might not even have enough fish parts. I might end up needing to get more of the different fish parts, because these require quite a bit of resources when multiplied by 49. You know what I mean? Like, if we just go amp really quickly, this requires 2 Mercury livers. So, times 50, that's 100 by itself. This requires 2. Oh my god, pyrotic alloy. Yes, I'm gonna get every single amp combo. I don't really care about comparing them, I just want to get every amp combo. I need 1,000 Escher Devar. Or not 1,000, but 500. I need 500 of all of these. Escher is fine. Yeah, but it takes a minute to craft each one. So look. It takes 1 minute to craft these, which means that at minimum it's an hour of crafting, as in sitting here hitting the button over and over. Pyrol is a pain. Yeah, I have to find a bunch of that as well. The cryotic's not too big a deal. I have 100k cryotic just sitting here. But it's the fact that I have to do it one at a time, and there's... Oh, man. Oh, fuck. This isn't even a fraction of how much I need. Because it's just going to be crafting this constantly. Is it against TOS to make like a crafting bot? To just constantly craft these? Digital Extremes, can you hear me out real quick, okay? Can we please make an in-game item that is an auto crafter that just automatically crafts and collects reusable blueprints for like a certain number of times? Like, can I just set an auto crafter to like craft like 500 of these or some shit? Please autocraft my forma. I don't even care if it's like a consumable resource. You know what I mean? It can be a resource that gets consumed. And I would be okay with it. As long as like we're talking like I can straight autocraft. Can DE maybe look into this? Like, there are certain things that I just would throw on autocraft that I would never take off, like forma. Just as soon as I get a blueprint, just start auto-crafting. You can make it a quest, you can make it a consumable resource that, like, every time it goes, like, I have to go get more of it. It would just save so much time. Pads, formas, lenses would be nice. These scintillas would be really nice if I could auto-craft them. Because you have to manually craft. Like, DE, please hear me out. Autocrafter. I think that you can absolutely justify an... yeah, specters and stims. Dude, oh my god. Ciphers. Yeah, please let me autocraft. That would be such a huge thing. Also, somebody was joking about extractor primes. There they are, distilling extractor primes. And there's also Titan extractor primes. There, right there. There's too many dog shit things like that in the foundry system. Yeah, I'm realizing like every single ore, like if you let me craft, auto-craft like a certain amount, like if you just put a little button right here, and it was just auto-craft, and I could just click on it over and over again. And, like, let's say it costs me, like, some resource, right? Some arbitrary fucking, like, you go do a mission to grab that resource. To fucking auto-craft. I'd so do that. I'd farm the shit out of that mission so that I could just auto-craft. You know what I mean? Like, that'd be my main gameplay. Also, log, if you want to hang out in Discord VC and continue farming, I'm down to resume more toroid grinding. I'm going to go make food for myself and I'm going to end stream. So I'll just come see you once I'm done with that. I'm going to eat food. I'm going to end stream. And then I'm going to stop looking at my Discord server. There's so much brain rot. What is this? What is this? What is wrong with my Discord server? It seems my ex-wife has child custody mogged me due to my neglect maxing. Alright, I'm ending stream. Goodbye, everybody. I'm gonna go make myself some fucking food and then hang out with Log, I guess. Goodbye.